undercover witnessing racism and crime.
On platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, the 2nd of October, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Amami City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures and sea creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body with a limited wardrobe. In this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. Yeah, that's right, youtube.com. That just paid out $24 million settlement to the Trump administration for banning the motherfucker for doing a beer hall push. What's a beer hall push between friends? I mean, come on. Trump's a capitalist too, YouTube. You should know better. You should know better. They just ripped the mask off of ethical capitalism. Anyway, I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, and wherever, however you are. We're about to jump right into it on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, very high risk these days. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. There we go. We are definitely bringing the energy today. I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh my God, chat. So some of you got to actually see this game, not this game. This is from actually Soul Hackers 2. It's a good tune. You know, I mean, it's Atlas. Of course, it's going to be good music, right? But yeah, it's not quite the vibe. It's not quite the vibe that Soul Hackers 1 was. So some of you got to see that and test that out with me. It's a first playthrough, right? What do they call that on Twitch, chat? Come on, Twitch people, help me out with this. A blind playthrough, is that the name of it? Is that what you call that kind of thing? I know, it's like no pre-watch. It's the no pre-watch of video games. Although I gotta know, do Twitch people, like, do they pre-play stuff? Because I would feel like they would. Like, I didn't realize this at first. Because, like, you know, I mean, I've never been, like, primarily, like, a video gamer, right? Like, my stream's never primarily been about video games. I've played some pretty cool video games. I've had a lot of fun at it. But it's always like that's the secondary, you know, motivation. Like that's the visual, or that's the, you know, the bonus content or whatever, or you know, like I'm playing video games while I'm talking about commentary type stuff, including Contrapoints. Yeah. Did you get 110 donos already? Yes, we did. We're really, no, this is what you call narwhal. This is what you call fake it till you make it. You just pretend like I'll just, you know, do you know that I have the power, if I wanted to astroturf all the fake donos that I wanted. Wait, where is it? Event emulator? Wait, does this just do it for, wait a minute. Like, look, I can fake a raid. Can I? Yes! Oh my God, welcome Raider. Welcome streamers. Wait, I got that wrong. Welcome streamer, welcome raiders. Yeah, there's probably more raiders than streamers, depending on whether they were doing a 50 and 1 on Twitch, which I think you can do that, right? Can somebody, song title? This is Hopeless Call. You ever had a hopeless call? So sad, it got so late last time. I wanted to watch Soul Hackers. Well, you know, it's always available for you on the VOD. In fact, I gotta tell you a few things, right? The little update on Twitch. So we had this question yesterday, a few days ago. The last time I streamed, we had this question. And the question was basically what, you know, like, so, wow. How about this one? Is this one good? It's jazz, but it's kind of chill. Anyway, so what, yeah, last time we had, somebody was trying to, I don't know, some people watch me, but they want to watch the first part first. Like they come into the stream, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and they're just like, well, you know, I missed the cool part, or I want to see like what she said to chat. I don't know why you tell me. You tell me why you sometimes like to rewind stuff, right? But regardless, yeah, I think a lot of people, what they do is they'll rewind it to the very beginning of the content. They'll put it on like 1.5 or 1.75 speed. I don't think anybody watches me on 2 times because I'm just too fast for that. You had a hopeless call recently? Damn. The Japanese one? The one before hopeless call was probably oh yeah, the name of the song is #X, because the whole thing, it's basically, it prefigures X. It prefigures Elon, it prefigures AI slop, it prefigures furries, it prefigures everything, right? Chat, this was, I mean, obviously furries existed in the 90s, but you know what I mean? Furries being like a big thing online. It prefigures that. Magenta dinosaurs, I don't know if this helps at all, but sometimes I feel like my whole life is a hopeless call. But that's what we do. We try to bring hope to a hopeless world. That's the side of leftism I'm on anyway. We try to just watch OG Evangelion. The ending was I'm got them all mixed up now because there's the Evangelion and then there's like a movie called The End. Evangelion is a show, right, which has like, I don't know, 26 episodes. I guess that's a normal anime season. And yeah, the last episode is kind of like the end of things. It's the implementation. I don't want to spoil too much, but a little something called the Human Instrumentality Project gets implemented, and I better not say any more. I will be going into spoiler territory. It's hard to spoil a fucking 25-year-old series, though. Whenever I'm hopeless, that's when you call Ross Do That. That's the non-hopeless call. Call up Ross Do That. Davi, I feel like I really want that for the bonus content. Oh, I shouldn't tell you. Look, they're all good. We've got a bunch of cool bonus content tonight. We've also got some interesting content in terms of, it's not just about Contra. I mean, that's what everybody cares about. But Contra, let's be real. Contra like is fallen off. All right, I can say this because I used to be a big fan. Contra's straight up fallen off. She never got canceled. She never got like victimized by the evil mobs of SJWs. Nobody was stopping her from making content except for Contrapoints. She fell off. She was good. Look, I don't, agree with, a lot of her opinions on things, but as a video essayist, she was good. She brought up, important, points to talk about. And, at one time it even seemed like, I don't know. What am I trying to do? Try to get out of this. There we go. Something like that. We do that. So yeah, we did we didn't do the airport vision quest last time. We did the Algon NS. Let me see if I can find that. Algon NS. Is there a vision quest? Because like the whole thing about this game is you, anyway, I'm on to Soul Hackers now. I skipped over talking. There we go. We do have a vision quest version of this song. So, yeah, this is the music that we were, I think, dealing with last time. But anyway, you, like, your, what would you call this? Like, your digital familiar? No, I don't think, I feel like we're working for anyway, some kind of animal spirit comes to you through the computer, and is like, I want to connect you with this person who is now dead and show you the last minutes of their life. And you live through, it's a little bit like Final Fantasy VIII, like the whole Laguna thing, where sometimes the party falls asleep and they wake up, they imagine that they are other people. It's a transpersonal experience, I think is what Stanislav Grof would call it, right? Dr. Grof. Any fans of Dr. Grof in chat? I don't know if anybody's read that shit exactly. But yeah, it's you're seeing the world through the eyes of someone else, and in this case, someone who has died, maybe mysteriously to the world, but we get to see the forces that are actually taking them out. And then after you do what is called the vision quest, right? That's your so you're basically digitally re-entering someone's life, right? That died, and seeing their last moments, seeing who killed them, basically, right? and then you go to the place IRL, right? Because like in this one, the leader of the team in the beginning, the first quest, like the leader of the team, Spooky, he gets, I don't know, captured or something. I think he's going to be like Velma. Or no, Velma never gets captured. Who is it that gets captured? Who's the Scooby-Doo character? Daphne, yeah. I think he's like Daphne. He gets captured by monsters, and we gotta go save his ass, you know? But you gotta do this in real life now, right? It's like you go to a place in the virtual world to witness the last moments of someone's real life, right? And then you end up going to the same place in reality, right? So every song, like you're listening to this song right now, it's called Algon NS Building, right? I mean, because it's the music for that part of the game, right? And then you'll have another song. This one is called Algon NS Building Vision Quest. You'll have another one that's called Algon NS Building Reality, right? Here, I think I gotta turn down for what? It's for hearability, right? For the chat. Turn down for chat. That's what we're turning down for, right? I answered the question posed by the sage Little John. Little John posed the question many years ago. Turn down for what? And I guess it's for you, chat. Turn down for you. Soul Hackers is secretly just a Digimon game. A lot of them are. Yeah, a lot of shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. People like to give Digimon credit over Pokemon. I don't know. Is there a reason for that? Was Digimon older? Speaking of seeing someone's last moments through their eyes, did you ever read iZombie? I didn't. Contra is a liberal. That's true. That's true. It's a label that people, yeah, well, it's an aspirational level. See, here's the thing, though. Contra would not have had a career, all right, if she had not struck the silhouette of more than just a liberal, right? The audience that showed up for Contra was not a liberal audience, right? So, yeah, I know a lot about the early, here, let's put it back on this one. I know a lot about early Contrapoints, unfortunately or fortunately. I guess fortunately, considering what I did. What happened with Contrapoints? So Contrapoints, just to get to the point, since George is prompting me to do so, it's a pretty good prompt, George. If I was AI, I would totally respond to that prompt. I'll respond to it even though I'm not AI. I'm more like a very sophisticated Vocaloid, actually. She dabbed in carbohydrates for sure. She did. Well, yeah, because that's where the audience was leading her, right? So Contrapoint starts her channel. She's talking about it's in the wake of anti-SJW YouTube and the rise of the alt-right, and Contra's like a little bit more online, I guess, and a little bit like less siloed than most liberals, right? I think that's why people saw Contrapoints. Like I said, she struck a pose, she struck a silhouette, right? A silhouette, being just your shadow, and it looked like leftism to a lot of people, right? Because it was pointed against the alt-right, and the main group of people, the audience that was there for her to see her dissect the alt-right and show you what's really going on. And also that it's not so mysterious, right? It's not made up of imaginary people. It's made up of real people. As silly as some of her characters, seemed, like Freya is the trans, Nazi chick, right? It's one of the characters that she played. And yes, she did order a whole Nazi cosplay for that one. Where do you buy the stuff like that, Contra? I've always wondered about the answer to that question. But a lot of people, if you're not as online as Contrapoints was, you might not know that the alt-right is not just composed of people that are your stereotypical MAGA chud, right? You'd think it's not all overweight uncles, right? Sometimes there's a Nazi, there's a Nazi trans woman thrown in for the mix, right? And that was the innovation that Contrapoints brought. Probably she's thinking two liberals, but she didn't realize that the liberals were, I don't know, what were the liberals doing? The liberals were like, I mean, depending on the time, they were either with her, they were pining for a Hillary Clinton administration, or they were hiding their heads in the sand. Either way, they weren't seeing the right wing as it was. And Contra's challenge to the online left, I guess, you know, which encompasses, I'm using left in a broad sweeping term that like an umbrella term that encompasses both the you know, online leftists and liberals as well, but the part of the online left that was interested in really knowing what makes the alt-right tick was actually leftists, right? So Contra would, you know, make content, and as long as you only saw the silhouette, right, as long as you only saw kind of part of Contra's perspective, if you were leftist, you were like, hell yeah, you know, because she seemed to be teaching you necessary knowledge to actually take on the alt-right, to actually deal with them, to actually, you know, fight and win against, you know, what was going on in on the internet and you know, in the country, and coming soon to a European SOCDEM nation near you, right? Maybe for some of you it's already there. But yeah, as long as she struck that pose and struck that silhouette, right? People, you know, she was gaining an audience. The thing is, the audience would come in and they start posting bread, all these bread emojis. Natalie would be like playing a, you know, trying to break a video game or something like that, which is basically what her live streams were. And she'd be like, what is with the bread? I'm seeing like, she, you know, when you're that big, it's hard to really meaningfully interact with chat, and you don't really have to, because they're just kind of there to see Natalie. She can, you know, ignore them if she wants to, but, you know, when she noticed chat, you know, she would say, why so much bread? And their answer would be, read the bread book, by which they meant the Kropotkin book. Conquest of Bread. For a second, I'm like, wait, I was gonna say the bread book. It's the Bible, the anarchist Bible. No, it's just a good starter, I guess, for getting your mind out of the trap of artificial scarcity. If I were to describe Conquest of Bread in a sentence, which, you know, obviously vastly oversimplifies it, read it yourself if you want to. If you think you might like to sit in Papa Crop's lap and ask him for some self-determination for Christmas, I don't know. He is a big, you know, man with a fluffy beard, much like Santa Claus. So, but anyway, yeah, Contrapoints didn't know who Kropotkin was, and she had, even though she's like a philosophy major, she had kind of a vague sense of Marxism. Probably mostly informed by friends who, you know, but by people she knew that were like leftists, right? Yeah, it's a good starter. There we go. It's a good sourdough starter for some bread. My father-in-law has a lot of Nazi uniforms, but he's a Jewish historian of World War II. So a little different, but I'm not trying to criticize Contra by the fact that she owns a shit ton of Nazi memorabilia, right? Obviously, it's for her work. Obviously, it's for her work. Obviously, she would never buy that stuff otherwise. She would never do a photo shoot as dressed as a Nazi, and later a Nazi trans woman. Did Tabby and Freya ever like hybridize? I don't think that ever happened. But she just had characters, right? And I think that was part of what people really liked about her, was the theatrical approach of the dialectic. If you want to demonstrate, you know, a kind of like dialectic interaction, you know, a great way to do that is theatrically. And that's where Tabby came from. Tabby was the foil to Contrapoints. Tabby was what Contrapoints saw when she looked out into the audience at all the people posting bread and shit like that. All the people that were, you know, that were watching her videos, right? And you know, I think at first she tried to go along with it. I remember her doing like some kind of stream where she wanted to, she had this premise that like, okay, So we want people to read Marx, right? And the obvious entry point being the Communist Manifesto. So, but what is getting in the way of us reading this? So if, you show the Communist Manifesto, most copies, like it's a thin little, almost leaflet-like book. It's not very long, but it's like black and red with the Communist Manifesto, not very much decoration, no pictures, nothing to, you know what I mean? It presents itself as a chore to read, right? And it's not. The Communist Manifesto is, an evening's, not even a whole evening's reading, right? It's a short little, it's a pamphlet is what it is, right? And so she's like, well, what if we take this pamphlet and we put on a vaporwave motif? And then Marx, who wrote it, well, what if he's a bust with sunglasses, right? Very vaporwave. And so she's just a little pink flamingos and right? She just like vaporwaves up the Communist Manifesto. And I mean, like, while, that is a subject that her audience is very much interested in. Does Contra ascribe to any philosophy, like, earnestly? No, she's too smart for that. Like, she'll leave, the true belief for suckers like us, I guess. Right? It's so much easier if you just kind of, like, float above all, all the serious questions. She borrowed heavily from 4chan in her early vids. A lot of yeah, and that's why she knew the subject matter of the alt-right so well, because she had kind of like grown up with them, I guess you could say, like, right? The same people that turned into the, at least 4chan poll alt-right, were people that would have been on 4chan B with Contrapoints, like, shit posting into the night back in the day. Yeah, Baby's Introduction to Communism. Yeah, sort of. It's the one Marxist text you can actually read in poli-sci. Contra is being a real anarchist just by being actually counter-revolutionary. Okay. But yeah, that's what we're gonna go after tonight. Chat, I don't know what happened. I just made myself like a small cup of coffee, and it's gotten me like red scare. Wait, so King of Williams talking about a red scare. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out King of Williams pretty sharp chatter. So I want to figure out where you're going with that. The Red Scare podcast, if you don't know, there are a couple of hipsters from New York City area. From wait, what part of? Oh my god, I should know. Dime Square is in some borough, right? Anyway, not that they're relevant or anything, right, like that, right? But yeah, they're. You may know Dasha from her appearance on an Alex Jones network video where the reporter on the street working for InfoWars was tasked with going to places where young people would be and, trying to find somebody who was like supportive of Bernie Sanders or something, then ask them a few questions and reveal how utterly vacuous they really were, right? And Sailor Socialism was what Dasha was labeled as, because she was wearing this little sailor outfit, and she was like, they're all asking her about like communism, and she's like, dude, I just want medical care. This is the Times Square of Manhattan. Well, no, the Times Square is like, it was trying to be a right-wing scene, right? It was trying to be like a hip version of the alt-right. It didn't really hit. It tried again. It eventually, I guess, got Peter Thiel money thrown at it, and anything that gets Peter Thiel money thrown at it kind of tends to grow, sometimes in a very distorted way. You could always smell her out on that shit. It was for show. Oh, what, Dasha's leftism? Yeah, so anyway, Dasha was some kind of Bernie stan, and then she made a show with this oh my god, what the fuck is her name, Anna or something? I never remember. I know that's the smart Red Scare chick is the other chick, but I always forget her name. But anyway, other chick and her made a show called Red Scare. And like, because at the time it was really cool in the left to be super anti-ID poll, right? And there's a reason. It's because Hillary Clinton was cynically using what sounded like intersectional talking points as a means of going after a candidate that's actually a hell of a lot more intersectional than she was, right? She couldn't actually flank Bernie on the left like she wanted to. So instead she tried to, I don't know, give the appearance, and the closest she could get was to say that his supporters are a bunch of frat bros that don't want to see the first woman president. Yes, Contrapoints is beefing with Hasan. And is that all her name? I keep on thinking it's like Anya, or like, you know, like something a little bit more, like a little, like some other variety of Anna. But yeah, I think you're right. It is Anna. Why am I getting ads for apartments in San Francisco? Like, can I afford to live there? I don't know. Is your, are you on a VPN that's in San Francisco? I always remember Anna as the Armenian one. Yeah, Pokemon Go, go, go to the polls. It's so hip. Yeah, well, no, because Hillary Clinton was fighting for, you know, our solidarity and liberation. Definitely Hillary Clinton, you know, gives a fuck about intersectionality. Anna Asparagus. Are we going to get to Anna Asparagus tonight? Maybe a little bit. Because we do have it on the bonus content. Oh my God, I gotta remember. Yeah, no, we're gonna do Contra first, regardless. That's on the menu for bonus content. The but yeah, right now what's winning is Hasan debates Lolcow, Ross Douthat, which I'm assuming some of you voting for that don't even know who Ross Douthat is. We might have to. Am I pronouncing his name right, Davi? I feel like I always pronounce his name wrong. That's in first place. Second place, we got Laverne Cox on the Leftist Mafia tonight. Third place, Bill Burr going to Saudi Arabia and finds out they got Taco Bell there too. I guess it's not so bad. Yeah, I guess not. And then last place again, Her Take Drama, Anna Kay versus Jillian Michaels. Y'all are sleeping on this, but you know, that's your right. Bonus content is about you. I programmed the first half of the show, and then you chose the second half of the show, and you choose whether we have the second half of the show or not, because obviously I can't afford to just, like, you know, be here for my own pleasure, although it is pleasurable, right? We gotta get this number from 0 to 100 to even have any hope of doing some bonus content. What else did I want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to switch this into. Oh wait, no. I gotta do this first. All right. Goal 10 super chats, teal or higher. What'll I do? I'll put a butterfly in my hair. That's what I'll do. If we get to 10 teal super chats, hopefully I got that in there before anybody can. Yeah, there we go. There's the super chat goal. Then the other thing I gotta do is pop this out and add this link to my browser source, and then we'll be all ready to go. Anyway, I am trying to expedite. I know that, like, I don't know. I like talking to chat. And it makes sense to do it in the beginning, because, like, the whole thing is, like, when you stream, it takes a little, there's no getting around this, as far as I know. It takes a little while to get an audience, right? An audience is like a snowball. It's got to build, it's got to roll down the hill, it's got to smash the you know, the building at what like the at the bottom of the ski slope, there's like a building where you drink hot chocolate, right? And it's got to smash that thing and go into the parking lot and start messing up people's cars. I don't know, Chad, is that what a snowball does? I think usually it's more like an avalanche, which way more violent. You know, funny enough, Hasan and Ross Douthat get into the Buckley's rubbing oil boy. Ross Douthat, I never really watched the full. There's like 8 hours of Chapo talking about this guy. That's why I call him a lol cow, because he's really earned it. Oh yeah, there we go. Browser. Whoa. He's really earned the distinction of lol cow. I feel like he got, you know, famous, and by famous I mean, chat, he's New York Times famous, right? which doesn't mean that anybody knows who the fuck he is, except for, I don't know, your rich uncle, if you have one, right? Might know who, might read Rod's. Anybody that calls themselves post-liberal might be familiar with Ross. We're gonna get into post-liberalism too.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Please people read Ross Douthat book Privilege. It's so weird and says so much about the conservative mindset. It's an unintentional genius work of art.
His book Privilege. Yeah, no, I have never is that part of the Chapo reading series, Davi? Chapo, if you don't know, has a very famous and very revered reading series where they read some really serious literature like Ben Shapiro's True Allegiance and Patrick Bet David's. What the fuck is Patrick Bet David? What is his book called? Token Crit. Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know where we're going with turning Ross Douthat of all people into a token, but First Abundance, now this. I mean, it. I don't know. Are we gonna class Ezra Klein like with the whole baggage of post liberal? What do you think, chat? Is that fair? Or is that a little cruel even for Ezra Klein? It's a little more than Ezra deserves. Right? Yo, so when we're talking, I don't know, God, I feel like I have failed you, right? Because there's a whole intellectual underworld, let us say, that we've just barely touched on. You know, I think I've definitely talked to you about Curtis Yarvin, you know, Steve Bannon, not really about Barry Weiss. The Academy is the PBD book. Thank you. Yeah, The Academy. Davy is telling me to read that. I will regret. Books Davy is telling me to read that I will regret reading. That's the list for. I love terrible opinions. I mean, it's an acquired taste. But look, there's plenty of you know, which I don't even know, like chat. I start to lose like start to lose track of like umbrella terms and hierarchies of nomenclature when it comes to this post-liberal shit, right? When it comes to, and it's not just that, it's like tied into the dissident right and you know, realignment. If you want to see that, I mean, just look at what Sagar said today about Sora generative AI. They just came out with a new version of it, and it is. So what's funny about Sagar is that he is, you know, in some ways that dude is just as fascist as Donald Trump, right? But there's certain things that you know, Crystal, Kyle, Ryan Grimm, even Sam Cedar would find themselves agreeing with Sagar at different times, not because they're like ideologically aligned or anything, but just because, you know, I guess, you know, it's like the enemy of my enemy kind of thing. I know all about post-liberalism, yeah. I haven't dunked my head into the rabbit hole that is post-liberalism fully yet. Barry Weiss is going to be in charge of CBS. No joke. One of the most. Yeah. You're not kidding, right? And Barry Weiss doesn't even have a constituents. Doesn't represent. I don't know. It's funny, right? Barry Weiss wanted to pop off at the New York Times by getting fired for heterodox thinking. And it turns out that the NYT loves heterodox thinking. The more heterodox, the better. They are all infected with the Anna-Kasparian syndrome, right? Yeah, that is probably where I would start with understanding post-liberalism, right? Because what we mean is generally people who are educated. So this defies the stereotypes that we have of the right wing, right? Just like I said that Contra was showing us, you know, Nazi trans girls like Freya, who defy our stereotype of the alt-right back in, you know, 2015, 2016, maybe a little bit later than that, actually. I don't know. My timeline's all confused. But post liberals are gonna, you know, they're it's largely right wing. Although what's funny about this is that Ross tries to kind of include Hasan in post liberal, but it just means like that they're educated. They're not, you know, right wing out of ignorance. They're right wing out of boredom. They're an ennui, right? And being spoiled rich pieces of shit that have everything that they want. They live in one of these, you know, unaffordable cities, and sometimes they go outside and they see a homeless person. That's not supposed to, I'm not supposed to have to deal with that. What's going on with that? I thought we were at the end of history, and you know, questions of you know, egalitarianism and mode of productions had already been, you know, answered, and that capitalism was just going to make everyone rich. What the fuck is going on? Why is there a turd on my doorstep? Holy shit. Without ever thinking, there's a turd on your doorstep because Starbucks makes you buy a goddamn overpriced latte just to poop. All right? Because there are no places to poop. We have eliminated every place that somebody can poop, and now your doorstep is looking like the only place to poop for somebody, right? That's why there's a turd on your doorstep. Thank you. Human beings turn out to not mean anything. Well, yeah, I mean, like, so what they've done, right, out of, you know, boredom, out of ennui, out of sublimated misanthropy, I guess you could say, is that they have turned not just on liberalism, but on the Enlightenment.
$9.99. Ross literally has entire chapter about getting cuckoo in college lying on floor while his buddy sleeps with the girl he has a crush on 3 feet away from while he pretends to be asleep on the floor.
He's getting cuckooed? His buddy flew over the cuckoo's nest? While his buddy sleeps with the girl he had a crush on 3 feet away from him while he pretends to be asleep on the floor? I mean, that just sounds like college. And by the way, I was that girl. No, just, I mean, I could have been. Wow, chat. No, I don't want to give you the wrong impression of me. Post-liberalism is like old school conservatism. Yeah, I'd say really old school conservatism, because the way that I feel, the direction I feel like it's leading is the like I said, these people don't just have a problem with liberalism, they've got a problem with the Enlightenment. And instead of, like, you know, proposing some bold way forward from this, you know, failed mode of production, being capitalism, this failed veneer of egalitarianism that you know, that we call democracy, but really has nothing to do with the actual principle behind democracy. Because this has failed, our only choice is to turn around and just go back to the Dark Ages, right? And that's what Dark Enlightenment means. You can take the Enlightenment right out of it, right? Because they are reacting in the most simplistic and puerile way against an Enlightenment that it turns out they didn't fucking understand, right? They're well educated, chat. You know, post liberal people are well educated. And please correct me, chat, if I ever say post left instead of post liberal, please correct me. I have a habit of doing that. But regressivism, dark age philosophy is what I would call it, right? A ignorant embrace of the dark age with the assumption that the grass is greener on the side where they can hand in their capitalist privilege for noble privilege of some sort of, yeah, endarkment. There we go. That's a good one, Omega Star. Nice. Liberals are the real conservatives, while conservatives are fundamentally far more radical than they pretend to. Yeah, they want to take they feel like that we took the wrong turn in the Enlightenment and subsequent revolutions, and that we should have forked away from, I don't know, feudalism in a different way. But yeah, it's some sick shit, right? It really does give and I think honestly, the real reason that so many of these, like, you know, so much of the liberal class has been shunted into this, you know, sort of post-liberalism is that it's, oh my God. What is the reason? I had it a second ago. Liberals are the real conservatives. It's an expression of their id. There it is, right? So much of what the liberal class does to act the part of the liberal class is to suppress, you know, part of their being, is to hide part of their being. The part of, you know, the part of liberalism that bleeds when scratched and bleeds fascist, right? They want to hide that. They want to place a veneer over that.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. We're not going back to the dark ages. The trad people are making up history. Their views of the past are fundamentally fictional. They have no understanding of the past.
So if what you're saying is that they are not, they're not well read enough to faithfully reconstruct the dark ages, I would tend to agree with you. The more disturbing thing is that they're, you know, throwing out the baby with the bathwater when it comes to like a lot of people have been critical of the Enlightenment, right? Like I myself have you know, found myself, you know, like I think there's definitely like, anyway, but God damn it, every time I see Skeletor doing that, it looks like he's jerking off two dicks. I can't stop thinking of Skeletor's like cum shot or whatever. I'm excited for all the totally avoidable diseases coming back. Yeah, I mean you're right if what you're saying is that the Dark Ages are unreconstructable. I don't think they care though. I think it's just a vehicle for charlatans like Yarvin to take like unwarranted power and acclaim. Yeah, like I'm trying to think, like I feel like a lot of Foucault is a critique of the Enlightenment, right? There's ways to critique the Enlightenment that still offer a path forward rather than a path backwards. But these people are either not interested in that or they're just incapable of understanding, because really a lot of this is like, you know, midwit garbage. A lot of what the post-liberal edifice is, post-liberals tend to be, yeah, well-read. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, they're not as well-read as they think they are, though. At the end of the day, they are fundamentally midwits. They are the midwit meme, right? They are one step too cute to be right about anything. I mean, there is, you know, or else Ellipsis is pointing out, like, trying to differentiate post-liberals from dark enlightenment and neo-reactionaries are just trolls. I don't think that the problem is that post-liberals don't see that. They look at Curtis Yarvin and they're like, there's an intellectual. There's a thought leader. Just because I don't know, you know, there are libs who have gotten addicted to owning the libs, I guess. Skeletor is double jerking things. Well, maybe he could also be like those weights, you know, chat. You know, the old the old like the shake weights. You know what I'm talking about? Like there's a really old infomercial with a woman that's like, you want to get fit fast? Use the new shake weight, and she's like, and like, you know, if you turn them like this, it's like that was always the joke, is it looks kind of like you're stroking something. Post-liberals aren't neo-reactionaries. Yeah, I'm not. What I'm talking about, Davi, or what I'm talking about, or else Ellipsis, is the confluence, right? And if you don't believe me, look into Ross Douthat. look into you know what a lot. I mean, like this stuff, it feeds on itself. It's all feeding on.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I preferred it when Yarvin tried to bore people to death with his endless blog posts over him actually killing people. Yeah, I would say so. Most liberals are neoliberal. Wait, where are we bringing in liberals? Liberals have never been more irrelevant. We're past that. Miku's headphones. We're on to post liberals. But you know, I mean, I think that Ross Douthat. I would hope that Ross Douthat would agree with you. I'm just not sure if he's right. Right? I think these things are sort of fundamentally connected. And by that class, by that Anna-Kasparian effect.
$9.99. Curtis Yarvin got radicalized by John Kerry lying about his military record. His origin is literally Facebook boomer nonsense.
And like, that's where his headstone should lie too, right? If we could only leave this shit behind with Facebook. What's going on with Yarvin? I don't know. It's not, we're talking about Douthat today, all right? And I'm making the connection between post-liberals and the Dark Enlightenment. Some of chat is pushing back on that. I may be taking, you know, reading more direct connections to the soft connections that I'm implying, I guess, because I'm not being specific enough in my language. But chat, I've only had one cup of coffee, so please forgive me for that. Anyway, we are at 40 out of 100. What is going on with Yarvin? That's the question, isn't it? What is going on with all of us? Anyway, so we're going to get into the Hasan Contrapoints. Yeah, I think I've talked more about bonus content already. And it's the bonus content that is winning. Right now, Hasan debating lolcow, post-liberal, although not fully aligned, I guess, with the Dark Enlightenment, Ross Douthat, and I think the connection that I see between that maybe some of chat is having trouble perceiving between post-liberals and the Dark Enlightenment is the desire to supplant the perceived liberal establishment, right? Whether that be, you know, people working for the New York Times or people, you know, in academic positions or whatever, right? I think that's the connection. It's not Vietnamese coffee. Wait, what's not Vietnamese coffee? They don't, yeah, a lot of post-liberals don't take Yarvin's. I mean, if you're slightly savvy, you're right, then Yarvin, like, look, on one hand, I want to agree with you, Oral's Ellipsis. But then I see, like, have you read Yarvin's work, The Butterfly Revolution? Like, in terms of him being a serious intellectual, yeah, you're absolutely right. And there are probably people that call themselves post-liberals that get that he's not, he's a sad form of anyone's, like, you know, thought leader. You could see them latching on to the neo-reactionary movement as they hold so much power. I think that is the confluence there. Oh no, I didn't say disagreeing. I said pushing back. Pushing back. Disagreeing and pushing back are both allowed. Just for the record. There's no, you know, it's necessary. Don't let him ruin the butter. Yeah, he's trying to ruin the butterflies. But yeah, the problem with Curtis Yarvin is, as unserious as he is, there are people with a lot of power taking him extremely seriously, right? And for every post-liberal that views him as a troll, there is some Dark Enlightenment shithead that is looking to his work as a battle plan, a strategy. What does Yarvin want to do with the pores? Did you forget? It's liquidate, turn into biodiesel, the pores. But then when you ask him about it, he says, "Oh no, that would be inhumane. We couldn't possibly do that." Yeah, a much more reasonable way to deal with the pores would just be to, I don't know, put them in some kind of matrix. Just do the matrix to them. It's much better. But yeah, I mean, like that's his humor. You returning to your former time period after 12 is too late for us on the East Coast. K-Lala, I'm gonna do what I can. Just sort of struggling with the fact that see, what's the earliest I could get on? The earliest I could possibly get on. No, I don't even know if that's true. Like, I want to say that if I wake up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, I could maybe get to stream by 4 o'clock Pacific time, which is what, 7 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock PM, right? Is that what you mean by the former time? Because what we've been doing recently is it's just that that all relies on me having my stream prepared the night before, and sometimes the content that I'm going to cover isn't even, you know, like it doesn't exist when I go to sleep. It exists when I wake up. But I do understand your frustration, and at the very least, I should try to cut back my overall streaming hours, maybe. Like do, you know, more days with less hours, which would be good as well. And try to, you know, use that time to put out like standalone content, right? So that people that miss the stream can catch up with individual segments rather than having to, because, you know, not every segment in a stream is going to be interesting to everyone. And I get that watching a VOD that's a little bit stale is a little, yeah, JD Vance's favorite person, Curtis Yarvin. Former was around 11, starting at around 11 p.m. Eastern time. Let's convert that to Thai time. That is 10 a.m. Thai time. Yeah, I mean that's doable. That's just incumbent upon maybe reducing my streaming hours so I get to. Oh yeah, and speaking of which, chat, I'm gonna have to cut it off firm at what? It's 1 o'clock. Oh my god, I need to. Okay, I either need to put an alarm. Yeah, I just realized I got a hard exit tonight. That's not usually the case, but I do have miss your regular event, miss you as a regular event in my life. Yeah, well, I want to be back there. You're right. Yeah, in terms of starting stream earlier, I'm gonna shoot for that. And I'm sorry I have not been able to orient my life in such a way as to do that.
$9.99. Remember, Yarvin broke down crying in front of a 96-year-old officer at Vichy, France, because he imagined his imaginary kids losing a fight in an imaginary race war.
I never saw that. Oh my god. That sounds like content right there. Okay, all alarms are off. Set the volume. Okay. We're gonna set a new alarm. Alarm is for, let's say, 5:45? Yeah, 5:40. I'll give you as much time as I can, chat. Just set the alarm for 5:45 p.m. my time. Ugh, that does not give us a lot of time. All right, I gotta get going. Yeah, because yeah, I've got a Thai language class tonight. Still love and respect you as value added. Well, Kayla, you know, you're voicing frustrations that I share. So just understand that, and that, like, yeah, starting this late is not my preferred way of being. We're at 5 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goal goes, starting our own butterfly revolution, which is going to be much better than Curtis Yarvin's currently underway butterfly revolution. And we're going to... So yeah, we've got what, like an hour and 33 minutes to get to 10 teal super chats. We'll put a butterfly in my hair. The other goal we have, the bonus goal, if I can make it change here. we're at 50% of that, so you know, good progress. And looking to try to cover Hasan on Contrapoints, a little bit of Hutch, and then swiftly move into bonus content. Watch as much of the Hasan versus lolcow Ross do that. If that's what, oh my god, chat, I'm already I'm trying not to impose this on you, right? It's definitely something that's of interest to me. It's of interest to people in chat. Obviously, yeah, butterfly goal is not the Yarvin version of that. That would be a scary butterfly goal. But I'm all ready. I got all my food. Look at this. I got my dragon fruit here. I got these things. I've gotten addicted to this shit. These are salad rolls, chat. Look at that. Salad rolls, amazing. Like this is, I don't know. Like maybe I won't eat any. And then I got some. I cooked some rice and tempeh in case I needed anything a little bit more substantive. So yeah, let's get going as much as we can. So yeah, like I said, whoa, there's another goal that I gotta update. And anybody that says that I need to make this automated, you're right, I do. I should make it automated. So anyway, we have a couple of goals, but they're both halfway, you know, we're halfway there, chat. Let's living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. So yeah, we're halfway to both of our goals. The first goal, the goal right up here, 50 out of 100. That is the bonus content goal. That is the requirement for me to stick around and do some bonus content. Again, if it gets to 200, I do the top 2 items. It's about this. This is the bonus content, right? So we got various options. The first half is the half that I program. That's the half with Contrapoints and Hasan and maybe a little Hutch to boot. And then the second half is all about you. You choose it, right? You choose it by voting on YouTube. You go to YouTube, nocommentchick on YouTube, and you make your voice heard. You vote. And if we hit the 100 on the bonus content goal, then we'll do the top item. If we hit 200, we do the top 2. If we hit 300, then I gotta figure something else out because you know we do a bonus stream. Tempeh is tofu? Not exactly. Tofu is not fermented, whereas tempeh is fermented. And some say that makes a big difference. I think it just tastes better. But what do I know, Chad? I used to say I'm just a cat girl. I guess I can't really say that anymore. Anyway, I'm a butterfly girl is what I am. And you'll make me a butterfly girl if we get to 10 super chats on YouTube, right? Those this meter is like the super chat meter. I'm sorry. If we get to, yeah, it's the wrong one. That's what I'm looking for. I'm imposing it on everyone. Give me freaking Ross. Do we also call him Freeway Ross do that? Is that a thing? I feel like I remember Chapo giving him that nickname. Is that a reference to Freeway Rick Ross? Is that right? Anyway, chat. But yeah, so like I said, we're at 55 now on the bonus goal. We're at 6 on the butterfly goal. The bonus goal, which is your key to getting bonus content, is something that goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I've still got the Vietnam thing up there. I never deleted that, but if you want to support me in a way where the platform doesn't take a big chunk of the money, Throne is a great way to do that, as is Patreon. If you sign up for my Patreon, you'll also make this one go up. You'll also make that number go up, right? I'm gonna read off my Patreons in just a second, but I gotta mention that the other way to make this number go up is if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free using a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, hook it up to Twitch, and you'll get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you'll get all of the emotes. And yes, chat, on Twitch, the emotes are animated. So I guess people really like that. That's why so many people have signed up on Twitch. Twitch is actually ahead right now, kind of amazing. But you know, for now anyway. But anyway, that That's another way to make this number go up at no cost to you. Of course, you can also support me on Twitch by getting yourself a sub or gifting subs to others. That's very generous if you want to do that, or bits. Any of that stuff makes this number go up. If this number gets to 100, we do 1 bonus content. If it gets to 200, we do 2 bonus content. If it gets past that, then I got to figure out something special to do for chat because I'll be like blown away. I'll be like, what the fuck, chat? And I'll have to do something special. But anyway, that's how it works. The other thing I need to read off now is Narwhal's gifted memberships to 70 plus 15 for, oh geez, Ross do that is really advisory. You just got weaseled. Man with long last name, you just got weaseled. Kelly Lincoln, you just got weaseled. Rachel Atwood, you just got weaseled. The Outsider, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. All right, so yeah, what is it? Was at it? What? Wait, what? It was at 70. Wait, I'm a little confused. Wait. Oh yeah, you're saying yeah, with the added 15, it is 70. Okay, got it. I understand your math now. It's at 17, and Narwhal is putting down 15 for Ross Duthat. I think Davy is as well. So yeah, 70 for, look at that all together. Oh geez, her take. We got to take that off. 70 for Hasan versus Ross Duthat. So it may be a very Hasan-centric day for us, potentially. Make sure to make your voice heard, whether you want to see Ross Duthat or you want to see something else, and know that when you donate, whether it's Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, you can tell me in the chat, like, hey, I want my money going to Ross Duthat. I want my money going to Laverne Cox. I want my money going to Bill Burr, right? You can also, put your money where your mouth is. And, if you don't like where the direction of the bonus content, you can maybe change that with a dono. So that is a possibility too. Rudyard is the only person, well, God, obviously, with the true power to grasp Odin. That is true. He's the only one that can grasp Odin, I suppose. Anyway, chat, we got to get going because, like I said, we are on a time limit today, and I got to be conscious of that. The next thing, if I can make this work, boom, yes. So, like I said, I really appreciate people supporting me on Patreon. Oh my gosh, we have a new Patreon sign up for. Here, let me reload this so I can read out everybody's name. So, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get your name read off at the beginning and end of each stream, right? Which I'm going to do now. So shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek. Wait a minute, I'm not sure why. I feel like there's one more. Let me just read the rest of these. A fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Megastar, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zara Zerex. Let me reload this because I think there is. It feels like there's one name I didn't read. Oh, I'm confused. Okay, oh, I see. It's a conversion thing. Anyway, but yeah, thank you for signing up, Magenta, and I'm gonna add that sign up to the bonus goal. And if you sign up for Patreon, maybe let me know, because that's the one thing that doesn't make anything happen on screen when you do that. So if you want me to acknowledge that and to add your Patreon to the bonus goal, then just let me know. All right, so let's go, chat. We gotta go. We gotta make this happen somehow. Have I done everything I need to do? I feel like I have. I think I have. I hope I have. Let's get a hold of this Hasan tent that we got for today.
Israeli forces have intercepted a number of boats that are part of a...
God damn it.
Have intercepted...
I want to cover that too.
You don't have to do that. You're a YouTube essayist. That makes one YouTube essay every 2 years. Who gives a...
Chat, I almost made a little bit of a call out post on Blue Sky towards Contrapoints. I feel like I don't know Blue Sky well enough, right? I feel like you gotta really know your platform to do a call out post, and I don't know. All that would happen if I called out Contra is she would block me, right? I don't think it's worth it. I mean, I did quote retweet her with the stream alert. Oh, by the way, go ahead and like if you're on Blue Sky, we got the pinned message both on YouTube and on Twitch is the Blue Sky. Here, let me switch over. The Blue Sky, the blast off thread, right? Hasan does these on Twitter. We're doing these on Blue Sky for now. Are you in top chat? That's a great thing to ask me. It's a very important question, actually. Wait, what? Yeah, because you'll be in top chat whether you mean to or not, unless you change it to live chat. Okay. Wait, did I miss Davi's last super chat? I don't know if I saw that. Oh no, it's just the one about give me Ross, one of my favorite repressed freaks. He really is. Is he part of the Crunchy, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I probably am. But anyway, if you want to go to Blue Sky, if you want to click that link, you can help me blast off by interacting with that thread there. Which didn't end up being a Contra call-out thread as much as it was just a going live thread. And if you want to help get the word out about the stream, you can do that. You can also like the stream. All right, I've said all the things that I need to say. Let's get to this this whole thing, whatever went down with Contrapoints. Yup.
Read a book. You don't have to do that.
It's really funny when they just mute all the curse words. Because it sounds like you're like, did it stop? Did I press pause? Is the video fucked up? And it's just like, no, he's just he's cursing. He's cursing, and this channel wants to make sure that they don't get dinged for it on the reach of the video, I guess.
You don't have to do that. You're a YouTube essayist. That makes one YouTube essay every 2 years. Who gives a Read a book.
I wasn't gonna tell Contra to read a book. So I feel like she's read several, but yeah, I would. The post I was gonna make was gonna be something along those lines about the fall off of Contrapoints content.
Hasanabi thinks trans people would suffer the same if Kamala was president. What the f is he on now? When he used to call libs T-words, they mean Hasan, and I can't deny it. He's our dumbest leftist, and he...
What the fuck? When they used to call... Wait. When people use lib T words? When people... What is the fuck is that chatter saying? When people use lib T words, wait, what? They mean Hasan? And I can't deny it? What? When people say libs use the T word? Hasan, I think, has used the T word, and that was when he was reading somebody else's words, right? Hasan wasn't calling anybody the T slur or saying the T slur or using the T slur. He was, you know, and look, I mean, is there an argument, like, if you got a big trans audience, do you maybe want to, like, not say that? Yeah, best practices, probably, right? You know, probably, but, you know, I mean, it's the kind of thing that you're talking to a guy that streams 8 hours a day.
He hates the LGBTQ community. He's our worst ally. Sad face.
Yeah, he's not an ally, remember, chat. He's a foe. He's a foe of the LGBT community. And one day we'll take him down. One day we'll take him down, but first we got to work on JD Vance.
What the f is this guy going on about now? I don't think this is a pet. Yeah, bro, I'm an enemy. I'm a foe to the LGBT community. This is well established. This is from eReddit. What, like Ethan Klein's subreddit or something? Is this loud enough, chat? Bots back again, brother.
Let's make sure. Are we? I think I need to turn the volume up, right?
Out of context clip wins again. What happened? I feel like
It is.
wait for me to say something about Kamala Harris so they can professionally misunderstand it and then go off on a tangent off of this like misunderstanding. Is it actually verbatim from a Reddit post? Why do you guys know that?
Almost.
The latest clip chimp on Reddit. What is it? What is it? Because I said the Democrats didn't actually go out to bat for trans people? Is true, and now they're actively talking about writing them off entirely. It's a clip from an Ezra Klein video. What was the clip? I don't even know what said that people misunderstood. Even why is this guy not saying anything else? He just said this and then what? Unfollowed? Is that what happened, bro? Ta-Nehisi Coates says Joe Biden over trans people. How can libs even deny it at this point? The Democrats actively wrote off trans people and are continuing to do so right now. The problem, however, is that the position of many people in the United States of America is transphobia. What is this? Reddit live stream comments. Hasan Piker doesn't think it would be better for trans people right now under Kamala. Okay, well, right off the jump, I know that that's not what I was saying.
I'm going to tell you.
Let's see how they clipped it.
And by the way, this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver. But don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narrative?
Wait, it's very obvious what I'm saying. I'm saying Ezra Klein is going to make an argument that as long as Democrats are elected, that even if they are actually elected on transphobia, then obviously things will be better for for trans people. That's the argument that he's making. My argument is there's an alternative, which is to get elected on economic issues and get transphobic people on board to vote for the Democratic Party without actually becoming transphobic. Do people just not watch these clips at all? Is that what it is? Like they just go off of like.
Listen, Hasan,
headline says?
I gotta be real. Contrapoints is and by the way, that he's reacting to the clip that Contrapoints posted on Blue Sky. She linked the live stream fails clip that we just watched, and her only comment was "lol," right? But no, Contrapoints is right. Ezra Klein is just trying to give trans people. He's just trying to give us T-slurs tough love that we need. Now, the problem is we want too much. We want more than is good for us, right? And really, the Democrats need to slap us around for our own good. That's the truth of the matter, right? We're too aspirational. We expect too much humanization too fast. We expect the Democrats to actually meaningfully oppose the Republicans when they're on a fucking moral panic against trans people, and we just can't expect that, right? The best we can expect is to get a Democrat that campaigns on being anti-trans in some way for our own good, right? And then goes easier on us than the Republicans would, which is actually doing us a huge solid for the T-slurs, thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. She's protecting us from ourselves, right? You don't want to have a trans speaker at the DNC. No, we gotta protect. She's just trying to protect trans people.
Is that what it is? This has 6,000 upvotes. Oh my god, people are so stupid, guys. This is out of context. We need his full 6-hour stream to contextualize this. Not really. You can just think critically.
She had won. Don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed to right now? The reason why this is wrong is twofold. Number one, at that point, all you've done is, once again, concede to the right-wing framing on trans people presenting some outsized harm to the American population. It's not only incorrect, but it's a harmful narrative, and you've leaned into it. And in that process of leaning into it, you have normalized it. You have legitimized the claims of your opponent. Number two, your opponent.
How can people look at this and be like, this guy's obviously transphobic? Or wrong about this statement? Yes, I'm saying that if you lean into and concede to the false framing that trans people are presenting an outsized harm to American public broadly, then you've legitimized what the Republicans are saying. You've recognized what they're saying, and you will lose. This got boosted by Contrapoints, by the way. Oh my God, dude.
So there's Contrapoints. There's where Contrapoints comes in. She just and And look, chat, I guess she doesn't exist on Twitter anymore, because the last time she popped up on Twitter, she just got ruthlessly ratioed into oblivion. Right. So much like Ethan Klein, she has found her safe space. But unlike Ethan Klein, her safe space is Blue Sky, rather than being Instagram.
Dude, listen, I'm sick and tired of genocide dares having to live with the shame of constantly having to defend Israel, but also feel bad because people think you're a moron. So they just look for any avenue, any alternative, anything that they can say to slander people who made them feel bad. That's it.
They're mad about getting, ratioed on Twitter or whatever, becoming the person of the day, person of the week for Twitter. And they just look for somebody who was right on the issue that they were wrong on. It's a lot like Ethan Klein, actually. It's a lot like Ethan Klein.
I don't give a about Hasbro Points' takes on this issue, okay?
Hasbro Points, wow.
Jesus Christ. Oh, every person is like, I felt bad one time because of my positions and how wrong and stupid they were or how harmful they were. So I'm going to spend the rest of my life, I'm going to spend the rest of my days making you my number one op, my number one enemy.
Hasan stole my stands, I guess. I don't know. Christian Strand, I can't stand fucking listening to Ezra Klein. His voice is, or sorry, can't fucking stand listening to Ezra Klein. His voice is fucking grating. Yeah, people always say that about Hasan's voice. Like, Ethan will sometimes pull up clips of Hasan back when he had a Blue Yeti mic and compare them to what he has now, which is the same mic as this, an SM7B. And they'll be like, look, he's faking his voice. He's making him, the implication being that Hasan like artificially lowers his voice to sound sexy, stupid, sexy Hasan. And look, there is like a thing like that out there, but it's more along the lines of what Ezra Klein, and I don't know, maybe Ezra Klein's voice is just like that. But it's actually like grating. It's actually like vocal. It's like a very low velocity vocal fry, I think, that we hear coming off of Ezra Klein in his New York Times studio.
They don't watch the clips and analyze the words. They're just preconditioned to hate you and just believe what the headline is true because it fits the narrative to hate you. Yes, dude. Yes. I'm saying that in a world where the Democrats said they are the transphobes now, yes.
Chat, I almost fucked myself over. It's an important thing to put this headphone to sleep. Otherwise, I've set an alarm for myself when 15 minutes before language class starts. So I'll have a hard exit, unfortunately, for today. I'm going to try to give you your content and your bonus content and a little bit of Hutch too. Like, I know people are mostly here for the Contra versus Hasan and for the bonus content, but I'll try to give you a little bit of Hutch because he did try to weigh in on this, and it's funny. It's funny as usual.
It would be worse for trans people, regardless of whether it was a Democrat doing the transphobia or a Republican doing the transphobia. That's it. You can insert any issue onto this, not just trans people either, even though I know Democrats love, or liberals love, using trans people as a talking point only, while in the process of actively undermining their existence.
They love to use trans people as a talking point, either for showing how accepting or progressive they are, if they feel like that's where the wind is blowing, or for showing how reasonable and common sense they are if the proverbial winds are blowing against trans people. That is how liberals use trans people.
These people have no convictions. They have no interest
Noel
in
by super chatted $20. I'm unsure if the child disciplinary tool of a switch is ubiquitous enough, but choosing bigots that are Democrats versus bigots that are Republican very much feels like being told to choose your stick or thick.
Yeah. So I don't know how many people get this because I grew up with this. But yeah, my parents used corporal punishment that was either getting smacked by my mom if you're misbehaving in the back of the car. Her hand comes out of nowhere and delivers the sharpest smack you could imagine. Or my dad, doing his like, well, you've broken this rule and the punishment for this rule is like 5 spankings. And so what does that mean? If I break the rule 10 times, do I get 50 spankings? Or are you gonna, you're gonna spank me to, you know what I mean? It's just fucking nonsense. I mean, stupid fucking boomer ass shit like corporal punishment. But my grandmom was even more old school than that. She would have us go out to the field and pick a switch, which is like, it's like a weed that's got a sharp like end to it, and she just like whack you like, right? It's not, it's a little bit of it makes like a whipping kind of effect, but mostly what it does is it kind of like tears your skin. So I guess what is it, like a controlled way to harm a child, right? Jesus Christ. But yeah, this is the tough love that Ezra Klein is giving us. Narwhal, thank you for the super chat, by the way.
Actually, winning power whatsoever. She posted a LSF post. She posted a live stream fails post. Do you know? God. On Blue Sky, God, what a pussy she is. That she just ran away from Twitter. Posting r/live stream fails clips of Hasan makes it
I gotta say, this is one of the worst reasons to go to Blue Sky. And honestly, I don't know, chat. Is Blue Sky ruined? Like, I feel like libs have infested that place, right? I feel like a lot of the shit, I don't know. It's hard for me to know. Because with Twitter, like, because of the algorithm, I can kind of tell what's popping off, right? I can look in trending. I can just, hit, reload, and I can see like what are most people seeing, right? On Blue Sky, and this is probably a skill issue on my part, not necessarily anything wrong with Blue Sky, but I'm told it's all about feeds, and I apparently don't follow the right feeds. Apparently there's some fucking awesome feeds out there that I just don't know about that I should be following, so I don't see the interesting posts. But what I do see on Blue Sky popping off is just liberal fucking brainworms over and over again. Blue Sky was built for libs. I mean, like, ostensibly wild moderation choices being made on Blue Sky. I shouldn't complain. I'm not plugged in enough to Blue Sky to really know what's up there. And I should. I don't know where to start, honestly. I do not know where to start on Blue Sky. The thin sticks cut, the thick stick. Oh, yeah. The thick sticks cut. Well, yeah, if somebody's punishing you with a stick, it's going to bruise or cause swelling. But yeah, the idea is it would just like hurt and shock, and, the trauma of somebody that's supposed to love you, hurting you is supposed to make you obey better. I don't know.
Seem like you're on Ethan Klein / Sex Pest in the Arc, which is quite sad. The weakness and capitulation of the Dems on trans rights is something that will need to be addressed sooner or later. I hate all streamers equally. Be that as it may, while Hasan's point may not have been articulated the best, there's nothing objectionable about it. The fact that the Dems won't actively torture us with their policies, but rather largely ignore us and treat us like a liability is hardly a selling point. They have to do better. Actually, not torturing us is a selling point. I'm always going to vote to not be tortured, but to each their own, I guess. The argument is they're saying we're going to torture you as well. Okay, because seemingly everyone wants to torture trans people. So the Dems are saying, we are going to also torture you. That's what they're saying. And at no point did I say, don't vote for the Democrats. This is a fantasy narrative that she has established. Piker is...
And it's so similar to the shit that you'd expect to hear from Ethan Klein. Here, let's go back and I just want to abolish streamers. That's why the idea of a Joe Rogan of the left is so extremely dumb. Look, it is very dumb. And Hasan doesn't want to be the Joe Rogan of the left. That's a fucking ridiculous thing. Also, the idea that you can podcast your way out of bad rhetoric and bad policy and being afraid of your own base, not afraid like the Republicans are, where they do what the base wants, but afraid of the base, fucking the bag with their donors, right? Then, this Joe Rogan of the left, phantasmagory becomes their wish casting of being able to not, be in the fucking basement of the American political league constantly. What does it stop posting? Okay, so yeah, somebody's like bringing up basically that, Natalie, I know that you just disagree with Hasan here, and I know that you found that clip funny, but you're actually kind of sounding like Ethan Klein here. And well, don't you already have enough of that? Don't you have enough of negative association with Zionism already? Do you really want to be associated? Do you really want to associate yourself with Ethan Klein and sex pestity? This person said sex pestity to Contrapoint. Chat, do you think that Contra knows? She must, right? Contra knows who Vosh is. Let's see. Contra knows who Vosh is. Contra knows who Hasan is. Sean the Black was right. One of the first skeptics of Ethan, yeah. Didn't mean to bring up negative feelings in you and others. I mean, no, I mean, I get it. It's like the whole tough love thing. I mean, tough love is what they tell you. Yeah, literally when, you know, your parents are like abusing you, but are deluded into thinking, but this is actually helping them out. This is actually, you know, this is something they need, right? Anyway. She's hating on Hasan. She's 100% finding oh God, Contrapoints. And I mean, they would love to have her. I'm pretty sure, right? Am I wrong? I don't think I've never seen anything negative about Contrapoints from Destiny's community. Theo Vaughn said his performance on the next Netflix special is for his shit because he was grieving Charlie Kirk. What? Oh no, Theo Vaughn. God, Theo. Yeah, I still haven't seen I guess I have Netflix. I might as well take a look at that.
Live stream fails clips of Hasan makes it seem like you're on Ethan Klein / sex pestity arc, which is quite sad. The weakness and capitulation of the Dems on trans rights is something that will need to be addressed sooner or later. I hate all streamers equally. Be that as it may, while Hasan's point may not have been articulated the best, there's nothing objectionable about it. The fact that the Dems won't actively torture us with their policies, but rather largely ignore us and treat us like a liability is hardly a selling point.
I hate like you're not a live streamer, Contrapoints. Come on.
They have to do better. Actually, not torturing us is a selling point. I'm always going to vote to not be tortured, but to each their own, I guess. The argument is they're saying we're going to torture you as well. Okay, because seemingly everyone wants to torture trans people. So the Dems are saying, we are going to also torture you. That's what they're saying. And at no point did I say, don't.
But you got to understand the difference, Hasan. When the Dems, when the Republicans are torturing trans people, it's because they generally hate trans people, right? And want bad things, like the elimination of trans people, for instance, right? But when the Democrats do it, they're doing it to virtue signal to the Republicans on the faulty logic that they're going to get transphobic votes, right? They're gonna wean off some transphobic votes.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Why is this the hill she is willing to die on? What material benefit does she actually receive from supporting Zionism? It's not even like Ethan, where there is a lot of systemically ingrained support.
Yeah, you're right. 70,000 per Instagram post does not sound like a lot of money to Natalie. I don't know. Yeah, no, I think I'm right. Am I right, chat? Natalie's like, she's one of these people. Look, I'm not trying to pocket watch anybody, or, you know, I don't want this to come off as jealousy or anything. Believe me, I'm like, you know, over that kind of immaturity. BB said a minimum 7K per video. Yeah, maybe she would get more. Yeah, but like my understanding is that Contrapoints, despite only making one video every 2 years or something like that, that she still has like a do I even want to look? I mean, I've got Patreon open. I just read off my Fancy weasels. Wait, where the fuck? Patreon. Okay, what if I go to Patreon, the homepage for Patreon, and then that's my homepage. Searching. How does searching work on this shit? I'm not seeing like a search bar. Library, audience, insights, payouts, promotions, chats, notifications, settings. What the fuck? Okay, I guess I just have to search on Google, which It's not cursed at all. Google.com. Wait, yes. Google.com. Thank you. Contrapoints, Patreon. But I mean, what I'm saying, chat, is I think that Contrapoints is gonna be all right for the foreseeable future. 52,786 members. I don't think it shows her. I don't think it shows her pay, but you can imagine right now. Some of those are free members. Membership options. You can be a commendable non-freeloader. You can be a mysterious benefactor, or you can be a distinguished enabler. Oh wait, no, there's more. You can be an outright accomplice for $15. You could be a full co-conspirator for $20. That's okay. Well, she's got a lot more tiers, but anyway, I can't tell how much she's making on Patreon because I guess she doesn't disclose that. But I think she's all right. Like I think Hasan's right. She doesn't need this.
Vote for the Democrats. This is a fantasy narrative that she has established. Piker is 100% right in that clip. Does someone take a chunk of your brain with an ice cream scoop? You don't have to concede plainly untrue things like trans people.
Oh my God. Chat, did somebody scoop on a hot summer day? You take a nice little scoop of brain ice cream out of Contrapoint, out of the cavitation. What is it called? Is it cavitation of Contra's head? Maybe she's a centrist true believer. Those Clinton Democrats will do anything. She does have a weird affinity for Hillary and Chelsea.
Under Kamala Harris than Trump. That's not what I said! You didn't watch it. He never said that in the clip. This is a wrong statement he's going to deliver. If she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people? I skipped over some of his waffling there, but he's definitely trying to make that point that she would have been just as bad and just not the case. No. The argument is, if she's winning on transphobia, then she's also transphobic. If Kamala, the argument that Ezra is making for the future, not for this past election cycle, but for the future election cycle, is that—
Wait, Dabby Cliff, maybe she got Fettermaned? Did she get Fettermaned?
Democrats should write off trans people and be transphobic. Democrats should literally be transphobic to win elections. If Democrats are being transphobic to win elections, they are not going to win a single vote because
Does Chelsea do political work? I don't know. I know that she was part of Hillary Clinton. There was like a show, right? That Hillary Clinton, as in she had a stroke. No, it's not just any stroke. It's like a particular stroke that makes you, that makes you like a hardcore Zionist, I guess. I don't know. I don't know the details. Chad, I won't pretend to understand the etiology of Fetterman syndrome, but yeah, she does seem to be afflicted with a similar disorder.
Transphobes are still going to vote for the Republicans because they will always outflank the Democrats on transphobia. And also on top of that, they will have conceded the framing, the false framing that trans people are somehow representative of a threat to American existence and legitimize that talking point.
Natalie claims she got addicted to pure opium so she could have gotten Fetterman. You know, if there's anybody that's a candidate for becoming addicted to non-existent drugs, right? A la Cronenberg's Naked Lunch, spoilers. If there's somebody that might be on the black meat, as they say, you know, this is like, look, opium, that's for dirty casuals, all right? Natalie is onto the hard stuff, the mugwump jism, the flesh of the giant aquatic Brazilian centipede, other such imaginary drugs such as this. This is Natalie. What I'm saying, Chad, is she's getting high on her own supply. But no, Miku's trying to be serious. I'm sorry.
Which then pushes more people that are in the margins to the Republicans because they go, okay, well, if the Democrats are also Democrats are also admitting that trans people are a problem, then I might as well go for the transphobia party. This is for every issue. It happened with immigration. It's happening with trans people right now. That's what this argument is. These people are professional misunderstanders of the argument.
They're also professional misunderstanders of what people hate about them. Now this is relatable, right? Because a lot of people, it's very easy not to understand why people hate you, right? I myself didn't understand why people hated me for the longest time, but people hate Democrats because they're inauthentic. What is actually in their hearts, we can't know, and I'm not going to waste my time speculating, but they don't seem to believe in what they say they believe in. They plant their flag on social justice when it seems like that is, you know, where the direction the wind is blowing, and then the second the wind moves, they plant their flag on common sense. Men are not women, and women are not men. Biological sex is a reality, and right? It's just like they got no soul, they got no core, they got no. There's no real part of them there, right? That's what people hate about Democrats. You can have viewpoints that 80% of the voters despise, and you can still win elections. All right. And I will say that if you're real about an unpopular opinion, in general, you're going to do better than being fake about a popular, fake your way into a popular opinion. But what do they really believe? That's the question. Like, right? When people don't, when you see, also the Democratic Party, unlike the Republican Party, their strategy is moral panic. At least in the modern era, right? That's all they do is moral panic about immigrants, moral panic about gays, moral panic about crime, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Democrats have to build a coalition, right? People with different interests that they can align under a flag of solidarity, right? And, obviously that solidarity is more of a leftist value, but that is how left politics, even liberal politics, works when it works at all, right? Is when you've got a coalition that has solidarity for each other, right? My problems aren't your problems, but I'm going to fight for your problems, and you're hopefully going to fight for my problems. When you throw somebody under the bus, how does that work in coalition politics? You have not just taken a constituency that you had that was and probably still is voting for you and said, you've got nowhere to go anyway, sweaty. We can fuck you over, and there's nothing. What are you going to do? Vote for the Republicans? So what are you going to do? Vote for the Republicans, right? When people see that shit, that doesn't make people want that undermines any faith that any of the groups have in the larger project, and that's kryptonite to the electoral left, right? So liberals are addicted to bad opinions. Yeah, kind of. They should look at what Republicans are doing, identifying groups that won't vote Republicans, figure out what they are doing a lot of identifying groups. You could slot the Liz Cheney strategy into that, Commander Styles, I think. But yeah, no, it's the Steve Bannon thing that you're describing. Steve Bannon specifically identifies groups that have been left behind. Oh my God, what were we just talking about? The Democrats throwing people under the bus, the Democrats leaving people behind, the Democrats reading the tea leaves, reading the wind, and flipping on somebody that was part of their constituency the day before and is now basically fuel, right? They're not just throwing you into the under the bus, chat. They're throwing you into the into the steam engine in Steamboat Willie, right? They're burning you is what they're doing.
Because I'm sorry, no matter how brilliant you might think.
Oh, that's what they're doing. That's what they that's what they do. Okay, I see.
They're actually stupid. And yes, that even includes PhD Contrapoints over here, okay?
They're she's no more of a PhD than I am, chat. She's a highly educated person that spend a lot of time learning, complicated shit. But just like me, she does not have that advanced degree.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Was she smoking opium? Is she the colonial governor of the British Raj being carried on sedan by men of the Afghan WTF?
I think she would love that, honestly. Like, right? I think she would love to be carried on sedan. That's what, when she said, I like shiny things, she was in, well, unless she went back. Does anybody know about this? Did Contrapoints go back to school? So the story with Contrapoints is that she was in a PhD program, and I guess a little bit bored, so she started a YouTube career. People like Dick Coughlin, she had friends who were YouTubers. They kind of helped her out. She did. She started a YouTube channel. Would do videos while drinking 40s and dressed up in various cosplay, and eventually figured out that she was trans whilst almost like on YouTube. And then like the videos that we all, the classic Contrapoints videos, violence, decoding the alt-right, etc. Like those kind of came a little bit later. Wait, whose chat was I reading? But yeah, so at this time that she was starting out as a YouTuber, she was in a PhD program. My understanding of it is that when her channel popped off, and it did, and she made a lot of money on YouTube and on Patreon, right? When her channel popped off, she, I think, quit the philosophy program. I think the idea was to do full-time YouTube, and maybe there was like a while where she was full-time on YouTube. But as far as like, now you're making me wonder, Lesbian Hot Sauce, if she went back and finished the program, because she has had a lot of free time. All right, I will point. I thought she didn't she did drop out. I don't know, maybe, I don't know what is it like, chat, to, there's some program, like the program I was in, it's not possible to drop back in. Like, right. You could take a leave of absence maybe, and there, but if you don't come back after, in a certain amount of time, like, right, you're not going to continue your degree. But I don't know, maybe it's different in philosophy. I don't know.
Stupid. That's it. There's something that happens in someone's mind when they just literally are like, oh, I think this is the method. Okay. I am a firm believer that the Democrats can do no wrong. And if anybody goes against that narrative, they are my enemy. But for Contrapoints to obviously post a LSF subreddit post is not because she's stupid, even though she is obviously not the most intelligent person, because if she actually was an intelligent person, she wouldn't have come out and been like, I think the real problem with Israel's genocide is how bad people make me feel about Israel doing a genocide. So they should have never posted about Israel's genocide because it was unproductive at a time right before.
Oral Ellipsis, she made a video about dropping out of the PhD program. Yeah, that's why I'm sure she did drop out. I just don't know if she, I don't know, either continued or started a new, I mean, she, I guess what I'm saying is when you said, I thought she finished, I thought she did have a PhD. I was like, well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe she went back. Maybe she started a new program, right? She has, she does seem to have a lot of free time on her hands these days. So it's entirely possible. I just haven't heard, anyone say that that's happened.
Or basically the entire world decided, oh no, Israel is definitely doing a genocide, mass famine is happening, and then the unlimited faucet of Israel opinions unleashed upon the marketplace. Talk about the worst timing. You shut up for like a year and a half about Israel annihilating children, only to come out with your brave take, right at the precipice of a genuine.
Wait, Davi, I'm still mentally what in grad school?
Sea change on this issue. So now she'll just forever lick her wounds on that issue and make me a enemy and will go to the lengths of like literally posting some of the most transphobic communities, posting some of the most transphobic subreddits. Hold on. Oh my God. Klein's desire for a more conservative party speaks to the out-of-touch liberal consulting class, and I would argue that Contra's post was intended to post you in a negative light. Not saying she simply can't be wrong, but I think this is a side-eye takedown in order to bolster her dwindling authority within the political space. Posts her takes on Israel. No, that's precisely what it is. Thank you for summarizing it. I was a little bit too emotional to adequately.
So any Blue Sky heads here? So yeah, like I said, Contra quit, maybe even deleted her Twitter after being silent for years and years on Israel Palestine. Finally she releases her take, and it's a stinker, and it's getting her ratioed on Twitter. Then she deletes her Twitter, and I guess, is that when she started on Blue Sky? Does anybody know, like, because like on Blue Sky, it's really, really easy to block people, right? It's like maybe even a little bit more intense than the way that and like, look, this has a, there's a good aspect to this and there's a bad aspect, right? Like if there's like Nazis that tried to come on Blue Sky and basically everybody talked about them and blocked them, and they're on these like automatic block lists that people can get when they first like start. Like, there's literally lists. So like, do you not want to talk to Nazis? Here's a list of them, right? You can auto block all of them. But she just locked her Twitter. Oh, okay. Wants to be Rachel Maddow. So like, I thought I heard someone say that she's blocked a lot of people on Blue Sky. That basically if somebody, confronts her aggressively on Blue Sky, she just blocks them. Probably just trying to say the thing about that is, though, like I said, there's lists of like Nazis, right? There's lists of fascists and far right creeps that you can auto block. But there's also lists that are just by petty people that were on Blue Sky in the very beginning, and they will put their enemies, they will put people that they don't like and disagree with right next to, like on a list right next to, like, I don't know, people that are like predators, right? So yeah, there's some, it's not always for the best, like, right? I do prefer actually being able to block people on over whatever Twitter does, but I've definitely seen the downsides, the kind of Mean Girls activity that goes on. But yeah, I guess nobody knows the story about Contra on Blue Sky, right? I heard from someone that she's blocked a bunch of people, not like preemptively or anything, but just like people that disagree with her, she just tends to block.
Explain exactly what was going on, but that's what it is. Yes, she came out and tarnished what remained of her credibility as a progressive spokesperson. So now she's just forever going to hold on to that grudge. Anyway, the post about what I'm saying there is not that like Kamala Harris is worse on trans issues than Donald Trump is, or Kamala Harris would be the same on trans issues as Donald Trump. What I'm saying is if Kamala Harris were to run again, or whoever the is running again on the Democrat side was also running on transphobia, they would not only lose, but they would also make the entire environment for trans people worse overall by legitimizing the false framing that their opposition is running with. And they wouldn't win a single vote. This is why the Democrats lost the last election. It's so stupid. Oh, wow. Only now. On Harris now admitting Gaza was a key issue for swing voters, she lost. Campaign leadership explicitly gaslit us about that. We lost Michigan and Wisconsin because of the genocide in Gaza. Kat Abu Ghazalik says, Voters see Gaza and wonder if the U.S. can fund that. What would it fund against them? ICE has been using weapons and using surveillance tactics where Gaza was a proving ground. Left is always right, but too early. God, I hate this so much. We have to not only fight Republicans, fascists. They're basically one big unit now, obviously. But then also we have to fight against liberals who are just like refusing to see the world with a sense of dignity and honesty. They just won't. They feel like it's a threat to their power. And even if they're not actually liberals in positions of power, even if they're goddamn essay writers on YouTube that put out like 1 8-hour video once every 2 years, they still act as though they're about to get primaried by like their left flank or some shit in their defense of liberalism. What do you have to lose? You don't have to have this opinion. You don't have to defend stupid positions. Hakeem Jeffries kind of does have to defend stupid positions because that's why he was elected and that's why he was elevated into the point in the party that he's elevated to. But you don't have to do that. You're a YouTube essayist that makes one YouTube essay every 2 years. Who gives a shit? Read a book.
Yes, we are being sued for copyright infringement. And it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued.
Oh no.
By bold.
Oh no, we were being sued by the bold guy. Yeah, we watched chat. This is of course the Amon Animation's new video, The Legend of Ethan Klein. Some are calling it the end of Ethan Klein. If you want to see my reaction to this, it is the last stream that I did. But it's still on my playlist. So I've been kind of looking for Hutch's okay, let me just show you what I got here. Keeping track of the time, it's 2 o'clock p.m. Thai time. My Thai class is at 6 o'clock, so we got 4 hours yet, or like slightly less than 4 hours yet to go. All right, so I'm gonna pull up some Hutch tweets here. This is the wall of text that he made. And then here's another okay, so this is the one where he this at least gives us something to go off of, but because he shows this clip, which I think this is the Contra.
Joe Biden was president when Republicans were aggressively hitting the anti-trans narratives and also successfully implementing anti-trans legislation at the state legislature level already.
Yeah, I think this is the end of that live stream clip, live stream fails clip.
Building the framework for what came next. And in the absence of fighting back against that, the administration also allowed this to happen in some very meaningful ways. Anyway.
So just notice that the chatter that Hutch is responding to, the Twitter account that Hutch is responding to here, oh yeah, here's the other one, is it would be helpful to provide a clip so people can see the argument is not Biden did zero good for trans people, which is the straw man you insist on arguing against. As always, Hutch is arguing against straw men. Is this the same one? No. In what I guess surmise? Oh, it is. It's the same one. Okay. So yeah. The other thing that I want to do though is if I can pull up Twitch, Hutch, maybe I can. So somewhere in one of these. In one of these posts, Hutch, I think right here says, if you think I'm distorting the context or leaving out crucial things, here's the link. 5009 is the timestamp. So he's got a link to a industrial complex video. I guess we can watch this. 50. Let's see if did he make this for? Doesn't look like it's, like if
This is
there's a way to link with the timestamp, but it's not what Hutch did here. But yeah, it's the reaction to Ezra Klein, Ta-Nehisi Coates that this all comes from. Okay, so we got that. We can this is where he says the clip begins, right? For people that are gonna say you're decontextualizing it, or which is what Milk Generator was saying, that Hutch is in this thread, that Hutch is basically strawmanning the idea that Hasan was saying Biden never did anything good for trans people. He never made any correct decisions on that policy. Obviously that's not true, and obviously that's not what Hasan is saying. But yeah, Hutch then posts this clip and says, if you think it's out of context, 5009, which we've got right here. The thing that one of these, I'm trying to find it. Let's just read this. In what I surmise, I can't do Hutch's voice, so you'll just have to imagine Hutch saying this, right? And what I surmise is the most extreme example of fuck Democrats flowchart I've ever seen. Oh God, he really cooked there, or he thought he did. I just reacted. Okay, so that's the part that he just reacted, chat. I don't think I saw his. I don't think I saw a video. Like, right? He says he just reacted. This is his YouTube channel. I don't know. Are you not proud of your reaction, Hutch? Debate with Pisco on Live and Learn. Mike from PA. Oh, he's watching an anti-Mike from PA video. He's calling Kyle Kulinski a conspiracy nut. Oh, he is going after Shuon Head for, I guess, sourcing some of her info from InfoWars, which isn't really an argument in and of itself, but obviously InfoWars is not a reliable source. I mean, I'm not saying that there couldn't be something on InfoWars that's true, but it's just, yeah, it looks like he's done 2 videos on Shu recently. No, he says that he just reacted to Hasan. Look at his live streams. Look at that. This last one is 9 hours ago. What the fuck? What is he doing? Is that old Hutch when he had hair? That's what he looked like with hair, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, this is Andrew Wilson. Oh, he's reacting to the Big Papa Fascist versus the soy pill, I guess. And then the one prior to that is 7 months ago. So in other words, chat, he says he reacted to it. I don't see the reaction. Oh God, chat, I just realized I told you earlier about the fact that you can, so some people were having trouble rewinding my stream on YouTube. You can do that on Twitch now, but I forgot to mention the important part. The important part is that you can do it on Twitch if you are a sub, which a lot of you are. Like, I think 190 of you or something are subs. Hasan's worst take ever. I think I found it. Oh wait, no, it's not a clip. That's 8 months ago. That's not what I'm looking for. I was like, this has got to be it. It's at the very top. God, I hate how Twitch is surprise Trump announcement. Insane. It's got to be before Live and Learn, I think. Everything is so nuts. God, I don't even know. I'm looking at his recent broadcasts on Twitch, hoping that I can find, because he said he just reacted to this. That implies that he has more thoughts on the matter, and if he's got more thoughts, I would love to react to those thoughts. That's the mic. That one's got Mike from PA. No, they both have Mike from PA. Wow. He's reacting to a little bit to the Ezra and Ta-Nehisi. Shuon Head Kimmel, Kamala breaks silence. 11 days ago, probably not. 10 days ago, probably not. 9 days ago, probably not. 8 days ago. 7 days ago, 5 days ago. I hate hunting around. It sucks. Okay, so it's definitely not on the Live and Learn episode. That's 3 days. 3 days ago sounds about right. Surprise Trump announcement, insane speech to the generals. I'll open this up in the background and search it and see if I can find what we're looking for. No guarantees, chat. But saving that, let's read the rest of this Hutch thing. I just reacted to a clip of Hasan blaming Biden for the current anti-trans climate and accusing... Now, that would be wild if he was like, nobody would be transphobic if it wasn't for Biden. Obviously not what he's saying. And accusing Biden of not fighting back against state. See, this is the trick that he uses. Hasan's saying there are places where Biden did not fight back. He's not saying that Biden didn't do any pushback at all against anti-trans policies. And I think more than anything, he's saying that push back, fight back, whatever he did was insufficient. And then when it's paired with the virtue signal of being anti-trans, to say, hey, we're not captured, to do a sister soldier, which, you know, the Democrats and Biden and especially Kamala Harris definitely engaged in, then yeah, you do have to you are enabling the right wing in its campaign against trans people, chat, which is already showing a lot of genocidal DNA to it, right? Not only is Hasan wrong that Biden didn't fight back against these policies, he's absurdly wrong. So I think that's what the person that he responds to in this one was saying, was that that's like a little bit of a straw man. You're mischaracterizing what Hasan says, because that's the only way that remember, Hutch is a protege. He is a bastard child of DGG. I mean, I'm guessing these days he disassociates himself from all of the radioactive garbage that's associated with Destiny now. But I even heard him say under Live and Learn, like he's quoting Destiny's opinions still. He's referring to Destiny as like, you know, he's like quoting Destiny's opinions to like agree with them, right? So I don't know, chat. The rotten apple doesn't fall far from the shit tree. Biden very publicly and oftentimes in ways that were out of step with an electorate that was moving away from trans people, fought these bills all over the country, these headlines. And you got to also ask yourself, why was the electorate moving away from trans people? Could it be that there was an active campaign by Chris Rufo to demonize trans people, right? This is the context that like the Matt Walsh video and the, you know, targeting of Target and the Bud Light bullshit, all the shit like took place in the, you know, in the shadow of the an intentional campaign by Chris Rufo. If the Republicans are going to target trans people, if the Republicans are going to run a fucking psyop in order to turn people, you know, to make people hate trans people, right? You would hope that there's somebody on the left doing some kind of counter messaging, and there just wasn't. And that's why, part of why it had so much traction. Anyway, sorry, I'm interrupting Hutch's diatribe here. Moving away from trans people, fought these bills all over the country. He fought them in Minnesota and Wisconsin and yeah. Sorry, it sounds like the Howard Dean speech. Anyway, these headlines should have been impossible to miss at the time. So massively. So he's like, yeah, Hasan's I'm not the one that's confused. I'm not the one that doesn't know this shit. It's Hasan. Hutch, you're fucking ignorant about trans issues. All right? And if you would fucking talk to a trans person that's not some weird fucking self-hating like TTTT weirdo, you might actually see they might actually you know, fill in those blind spots for you, right? With some of the, information that I'm about to hit chat with, right? So how is it possible that Hasan covers politics as extensively as he does, yet seemingly has no idea how much and how often the Biden administration fought against these bills, fought the courts to secure protections for trans people all over the country? Yeah, he had our backs. We'll get back, put a pin in that for now. Seriously, how is that even possible?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Why are they even defending Biden? Like if you're lib, he did the most to make the Democratic Party lose the election, like they literally had to lie about him being alive to make him feel good.
Interesting question. Yeah, I remember the when the primary should have been, and seeing that there wasn't anybody serious. Now, some people said Marianne Williamson was serious. I don't think that she's a serious candidate at all. I think that she's kind of a joke, and the more that you look into her, the less serious you can possibly take her. But she was the most serious candidate, I believe, in the so-called primary. Why is that the case? Why wasn't there anybody with a real... Oh, wait, that's butterfly status right there, Davy. You just got us butterfly. Thank you. Something like that. Hopefully that is... I'll look at it when I get a chance. Yeah, I can remember being like, is anybody going to run against him? Is nobody going to run against him? And just like fucking silence. Fucking silence, right? I had a bad feeling about Biden running. I didn't want another, Biden administration. I feel like he and the, Democratic establishment rat-fucked Bernie out of the last one. Obviously, Bernie Sanders was not going to run, but Liz Warren could have run. There's a lot of people that could have run if it weren't for the fact that the Democratic Party, it's known that they will rat fuck anybody who runs against a incumbent. That's a huge problem, right? That is why we didn't even have a chance, right? And like, look, make the dude debate again. Make the dude debate again in the primary. Because the nasty surprise when the debates against Trump started, when Biden insisted on doing a super early debate in the summer of 2024, was that the Biden can't debate. He's incapable of doing it, right? You would have found that out in a primary if somebody serious had been in there to really challenge Biden and he'd been forced to actually show up for the debate, right? We didn't get that. We didn't get to find out that Biden's brain was fucking jello until it was, usually what you'd consider too late to change the candidate, right? But he was just so bad that they had to change the candidate anyway. Like if you're lib and he did the most to make the Democratic Party lose the election, like even Kamala Harris, I think would agree with what you're saying here, right? Like they literally had to lie about him being alive to make him feel good. Yeah, and to go by the rules, right? This is how the Democratic Party works, and it's a huge problem. This is why they're losers. Part of why they're losers. Okay, so like the rest of the Hutch thing, being as absurdly wrong as he is on this particular topic, how is it even remotely possible that a man with a viewership numbers in the tens of thousands isn't corrected by his own community? Yeah, I know, it doesn't make sense, does it, Hutch? What kind of community is he fostering over there that his chat isn't meaningfully pushing back on the claim that is so ridiculously untethered from reality? If I got something that wrong, half of my chat would be, well, your chat hates you, Hutch. No, but honestly, like a lot of Hasan's chat hates him too. And there's people that watch him, like they're hate watchers, but not like necessarily Destiny hate watchers or Ethan hate watchers. They're just like Hasan is wrong hate watchers, and they kind of watch him for a chance to do just that. Yeah, they would have corrected him. He would have been embarrassed. And, if it was really the case that Biden had such a great record on trans rights, these kind of obfuscations from him. Also, I want you to notice this. A man with a viewership that numbers in the tens of thousands. Jesus Christ, actually hundreds of thousands on a good day. Hutch, are you a little jealous? Did you think that Destiny's viewership would just transfer on to you, the less problematic version of Destiny, it turns out, Hutch, that you still have to have a personality that people like instead of a personality that people hate. So it does seem like there's maybe a little bit of jealousy here. These kinds of obfuscations from him are a daily occurrence. It should never be, he doesn't deserve that many viewers. Never be understated just how toxic he is politically, and people should never stop pointing out, Hutch, people should never stop pointing out that you're a fucking Destiny orbiter. You want to talk about toxicity? Bro, I'm picking up rads, right? When I turn my, what is it, what's the thing that detects radiation? Oh my God, somebody help me with this. Geiger counter, yeah. When I turn my Geiger counter, when I point it at Hutch, I'm like, it's just like that scene in Fallout, right, where she realizes the guy's a raider because he's got rads, he's got radiation. You've been standing way too close to Destiny. Oh my God, Taverto with one of my favorite callbacks. Would Big Structural Bailey have said free Palestine? Big Structural Bailey would have barked free Palestine, and God rest his soul. God rest his soul. Big Structural Bailey. Of course, Hutch pays for Twitter so he can post rants. Yeah. Not to hate on anybody who does, but sure, there's reasons that people have, just not me. Anyway, it should never be understated. Sorry, how toxic he is politically, and people should. I mean, you want him to be toxic, but unfortunately, unlike your dude, he hasn't molested anyone. Right? That's how you really toxify yourself, by using your platform as a goddamn casting couch, and then sharing NSFW messages with 17-year-olds, right? That's how if you really want to get radioactive, that's what you got to do these days. Hutch, Hasan's supposed toxicity, it just ain't cutting it in this environment. I'm sorry. Just how much he is empowering Trump and MAGA on a daily basis by spreading such idiotic, completely fictional narratives about the Democratic Party and politics broadly. Look, the sad thing is, if the Democratic Party is going to survive, it's going to be by yeeting people like Schumer, like Jeffries, and yes, like Biden, and by pissing off people like Hutch and Destiny. Right? In fact, Hutch, saying that he's leaving the Democratic Party, I think would be a positive sign, right? That this is an indication that would only occur in the context that the Democrats had new leadership, were under new management, and actually competent left management, rather than doing the same thing they've been doing since the 80s, which is just tacking to the center, tacking to the right, and expanding that Overton window over in the direction of the right. This is really one of the most insane Hasan clips I've ever seen. So yeah, he doesn't show you the clip though. He shows you headlines. 5 Republican-led states sue over Biden's new Title IX transgender protections. The new rules prohibit schools from banning transgender students and teachers from the restroom from using restrooms that align with their gender identities. Biden administration just took legal action against states with anti-trans laws. So again, chat, I'm going to cherry pick to prove Hasan wrong. The Department of Justice filed a lawsuit. What is this? DOJ just took a biggest step yet to counter the GOP's anti-trans agenda. Justice Department's fight against anti-trans bigotry in Alabama could be a warning for other states. And what else we have? Supreme Court rejects Biden administration's request to enforce new civil rights protections for LGBT students. So yeah, that's what Hutch shows. And then where's the... Then he gets this comment from Milk Generator. Shouts out to Milk Generator. And that's when he posts this clip, as well as this YouTube video that he got it from, shows you the timestamp. I guess we'll take a look at that next. You know, like the thing that I'd expect a streamer to do in this case, right? You're gonna explain why or just make a statement, right? You'd think like so he links Hasan's clip, but he has just said that he reacted to Hasan and he's not like right. You know what I'm saying, chat? Like you got people's attention, you're using Hasan's SEO, you're getting clicks off of Hasan's clout. Now you should be the part where you link your video. And he doesn't have a video out on this. I mean, maybe he didn't get it edited, but you could link your live stream. And he's not linking shit. So I guess we can kind of like maybe look through. Oh my God. What the fuck is this? Wow. Okay, let's mute him. Try to just maybe scan through here really quick. Looking at Trump. Looking at. Oh, that's Dr. So yeah, this is the press conference with the. Tectone. Wait, somebody in chat said Biden derangement syndrome. Must be referring to, I think he's referring to Tectone. And if I don't find it here, chat, I'm just going to look at, I'm just going to look at the Hasan video that he linked. This is probably what people feel like when they're trying to find a segment of mine in my VODs. Okay, so yeah, then we're at the Warfighters speech by Whiskey Pete Hegseth. Sora, I guess, new back to Hegseth. Look, there's some good freeze frames though. Kind of Gollum-esque there. Or Hegseth. The thing that's worrying me is like I am seeing him like I don't know what getting sent like links and looking at them really fast. So this could have been what the Hasan thing was. Oh my God. Hutch, you're such a disappointment. Wait, how long ago did this post get made? This is the first post here. October 1st. Yeah, 2 days ago. So that looks like this, you know, stream would have been around the right time. But yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't see any Hasan. Okay. We'll give this a rest. And we'll see what Hutch has got here. I'll see if I can find I don't know where else the stream could have come from. The stream that he said he just got done reacting to it. Just reacted to a clip. This is on the 3rd. Sorry, this is on the 1st. 1 p.m. Thai time. So almost exactly 2 days ago. Okay, so it ooh. I don't know. Let's put this on.
He's doing it. He's doing exactly what I said he was going to do. He's going to tell you that, and by the way, there's This is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver. But don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narratives, if she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed to right now? The reason why this is wrong is twofold. Number one, at that point, all you've done is, once again, concede to the right-wing framing on trans people presenting some outsized harm to the American population.
Look on his Twitch. Yeah, I was just looking on his Twitch. Like I looked through one VOD. He doesn't have anything labeled where it's real obvious. That's it. Of course, Hutch pays. Oh yeah. Here, I'm gonna put this on. I'll see if I can find the Hutch reaction in the background.
It's not only incorrect, but it's a harmful narrative, and you've leaned into it.
If not, we'll just go into the debunking. Although I gotta say, maybe Hutch started us a little late on here. Right, because we're not even seeing what Hasan is reacting to. Here, if we started it like here, maybe we'll get a better. Because yeah, he's responding to Ezra Klein.
Can't ever contribute to making them feel like they've been abandoned, and B, I can't ever stand by and watch somebody do that, and in the name of unity or whatever, act like that's not happening, because there are real consequences. And so it's like, when I read his words towards trans people, Jesus, when I read, you know what I mean, the language towards Haitians specifically, which was very, very, Haitians will become your masters if you don't elect Trump. I mean, this is very, very familiar to me. You know, it's this idea of Haitians coming into the country or immigrants raping your daughters. I mean, this was really, really, really dark stuff. It's at the core of this country. And so I feel like for Haitian immigrants that are in, Ohio, who are living under the weight of this, for trans kids who, you know what I mean, are dealing with, being, I don't even want to use the term bullied, beaten up, attacked, threatened. You know what I mean? It's very, very important to me, given the post I have, to say, I see you, but also, this dude was wrong. And I'm all for unifying, I'm all for bridging gaps, but not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. I just can't.
I think the thing we go to there, right? Not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity.
He's like, well, I can. Well, let me tell you how I can. Oh, don't worry, I can. Hold on, I'll explain.
Because I've gotten a lot of that in email, right? Like, how am I supposed to talk to these people? How am I supposed to deal with these people who are denying my humanity?
I'm not against talking to them, but I'll talk to you very.
Okay, so I found what looks like Hutch reacting to Ezra Klein. Kleintent here. Let's see if.
I think what's happening with Ezra Klein is that he's taking an approach that people are calling naive, but I think it's a conscious decision that he's making. I think one of the ways that you can resolve, one of the ways that conflict is resolved, and this applies to both, one-on-one interpersonal relationships, and then also like conflict between various groups. Sometimes it takes a gesture.
Chat, he's abundant spilled, isn't he? Like, we're defending Ezra in the against Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? The least you'd expect for somebody that's like, I don't know, a trans ally, or not perpetuating, unreformed neoliberalism, unreformed, third wayism, is that he'd be like, okay, well, listen, Ta-Nehisi had some points here, and here. That's not what I'm hearing so far, anyway.
Sometimes it takes somebody like being the bigger person and validating their opponent's feelings or whatever.
Yeah, your hatred and disgust at trans people, let me validate that for you. Wow. So, I mean, obviously they talked about a lot more than trans rights. I'm sure that's not, I don't want to sound like I am, putting words in Hutch's mouth the way that he does to Hasan. But...
And then usually in a healthy relationship, we'll reciprocate.
He is comparing electoral politics to a relationship, right? You want to, in the same way that, oh my God, chat, he's saying that the way that, you know, look, your partner in a relationship might be unreasonable at times, right? Might be emotional, might not be reacting to real things, but, you know, their own emotions. And what you got to do there is you got to validate, like, no, I totally understand why you feel this. But I'm not like those people that hurt you. I'm here now. And, you know, like, I don't know. Your partner's going through some emotional shit, and you got to kind of hold your hand through that. That is his metaphor for how to manage a political coalition. Chat, this guy's fucking helpless.
Obviously, a relationship dynamic is going to be very, very different from the current political dynamic in the United States. I don't know if it will actually work on a large scale to do these kinds of gestures, but I know that it can't necessarily hurt. I don't think he's making the situation worse.
I'm like, look, the best, I don't know. The other option is that the gesture that he's making is putting up pro-life Democrats. Like, that's the other thing that this conversation went over. Anyway, I'm not as interested in that as I am in where does Hasan come up in all this. I'm sure somebody just sends him a clip.
Been married for over 20 years. He's a pain in the ass. However, I have put in the years raising him and training him.
What? Are we getting relationship advice from...
I'm sure Esme would agree with that framing to a certain degree. Anyways, we'll let the video play, but like, I appreciate the spirit of the gesture from Klein in him saying kind things about Charlie Kirk.
I appreciate Hutch's male privilege. I know I sound screechy saying that, right? But to look at something like running a right-wing pro-life Democrat in a red state, particularly the red states that we were talking about, red states that have voted for measures that restore reproductive rights, right? I love that he can just keep it to, like, you know, well, this is just a gesture. It's just a nice gesture. Hey, I thought of you. I thought of you, Republican that would be voting for us, except for the fact that we're not pro-life. You know, it's the thought that counts. It's a gesture. It was a nice gesture. Wow. Jeez.
And I don't know if I can necessarily fault him for doing that. You know, and a lot of people got pissed, including Coates. Coates was pretty pissed. Coates wrote a response to Ezra Klein's.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the article went hard, but the debate definitely didn't.
Article or op-ed.
They're friends.
He's pretty upset. So
Ezra
we'll see how this conversation goes. I'm very curious to hear what they talk about.
And for me, one of the essential questions animating the show this year, that has been animating it since the election, is how did we get here? How did we let these people get back into power? What went wrong in our approach to politics that we ended up here? This has been a conversation I've been engaged in since Charlie Kirk's murder. And I wanted to have it with somebody who...
Oh, yeah, that's right. The other part of the conversation is about Charlie Kirk and whether he's doing politics the right way, right? Whether his dunking on college freshmen is this is like something that the Democrat represents, like a good faith outreach to the other side. I don't know. It's just a dumb... you know, Ezra Klein's just on about some dumb shit, as always. Some midwit, classic midwit shit. I can't find the Hasan part, and it's driving me nuts. Let's go back to Hasan's watch through. And anybody anybody know where this content might be? I did find the video of Hutch going over Ezra Klein versus Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm not seeing any Hasan, any reaction to Hasan's.
Very clearly.
Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with that.
I guess the place where I'm not even 100% sure if we disagree. If you
Oh yeah. Hutch is going with the angry black man trope. There we go. The less Hutch, the better.
just like sort of see your role differently, right? I think that in losing as badly as we have imperiled trans people terribly.
Yes.
Politics is for power.
Joe Biden did that.
Politics is for power.
He's doing it. He's doing
It's so annoying too. Politics is for power, yes. But if you're only concerned with power, in other words, chat, what this means is that Ezra Klein is so focused on winning, right? He's willing to, I don't know, change up the platform to things he supposedly doesn't believe in. He's willing to at the very least make a gesture towards, pro-life, centrist Republicans that just not a big, constituency there. Look at it. Yeah. Oh.
exactly what I said he was going to do. He's going to tell you that, and by the way, this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver, but don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narratives, if she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people?
Not just that, Hasan. He's also saying, don't you think that Kamala Harris would have had a legitimately better chance at winning the 2024 election if she had maybe given a gesture, done a little Sister Souljah moment with trans people, right? Instead of just not having a trans person speak at the DNC convention, maybe she could find a trans person that is advocating for trans participation in sports, and she could say, this is not what we stand for as Democrats. As Democrats, we do support trans rights, but it's not the right to run all over women, to run all over real women in sporting events, right? Common sense also plays a part, right? That's what these guys want. They wanted a Sister Souljah moment. Wow.
As opposed to right now. The reason why this is wrong is twofold. Number one, at that point...
Wait, is Ezra straight? I have no idea. I don't know anything about Ezra's sexuality.
All you've done is, once again, concede to the right-wing framing on trans people presenting some outsized harm to the American population.
Did they copy More Perfect Union editing styles? I'm not sure. I see what you're saying there. My mind always goes to like NPR, like a visual version of the way that NPR will edit an audio piece.
Not only incorrect, but it's a harmful narrative, and you've leaned into it. And in that,
BCatK just caught a chatter name and Hutch. Now, don't anybody mess. Like I try to avoid reading out chatter names for this reason. I think I can trust you. I think nobody's gonna go and try to find this person or bother this person or anything. But yeah, the name that BCat locked in on was the Radical Moderate, and that just says everything about Hutch's community, doesn't it?
Because of leaning into it, you have normalized it. You have legitimized the claims of your opponent. Number two, your opponent, in the aftermath of that recognition, will just turn around and say, see, these pro-trans losers even recognize I'm right. Vote for me. I will deal with the trans people with the integrity necessary. Okay? So not only do you look hypocritical, but you end up losing for that reason. Because you can never defeat the Republicans on hate mongering. You just can't. Okay? The second part of the story that is also objectionable, which I have not even waited for his statement, by the way, and I'm already arguing against what I know he's going to say with my heart of hearts because I've heard it so many goddamn times from other liberals, is that Joe Biden was president when Republicans were aggressively hitting the anti-trans narratives and also successfully implementing anti-trans legislation at the state legislature level already, building the framework for what came next. And in the absence of fighting back against that, the administration also allowed this to happen in some very meaningful ways. Anyway, let's hear what Ezra has to say, though.
And so I think that the question I am just genuinely struggling with isn't how to have like a great kumbaya moment. But I think it is taking seriously that something we're doing is not working. I mean, I had Sarah McBride, who's the first trans member of Congress on the show. And, you know, she was talking, we were talking about.
Okay, now look. I'm not going to say it, but do we have any trans audience members who, trans audience members, what is your opinion of Sarah McBride, right? How would you classify the kind of politics that Sarah McBride is doing? Anybody got opinions? Sarah McBride, you might remember, was latched onto by, I believe, Nancy Mace in saying that she wanted to make sure that Sarah McBride wasn't able to use the women's restroom anywhere in the Capitol, that she felt like her space would be being invaded by a biological male. It feels weird to call Sarah McBride that, but that's how these people think, right? This is who she is. And I think that Sarah McBride was like, all right, I won't use the bathroom. And then some senior member of Congress said that it's okay. Sarah, you can use the bathroom in my office. Like, yeah, I don't think trans people are super positive about Sarah McBride. But yeah, she's getting brought up here by Ezra because she's the exact kind of person that he wants to have on, right? She's not exactly, Trandis Owens, but it's a similar kind of, similar kind of dynamic going on there. And obviously it's really hard to criticize somebody that's getting dehumanized by the likes of Nancy Mace and all the fucking vice signaling transphobic pieces of shit on the Republican side of the aisle. So I haven't really talked about her that much. It seems like, going after her isn't really, kind of a milquetoast lib, really, particularly I think her positions on, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But anyway, Ezra is like, we even had a trans person come on here and she said that I was right. And there was nothing transphobic about throwing trans people under the bus, right? Because we need to gain power. And this is Ezra's whole delusion, right? Gaining power for what? Power to enact policy, all right? And if your rhetoric that gains you power has already given up on all of your policy prerogatives, you've got nowhere to go, right? You're either gonna really flagrantly violate your campaign promises, violate the whole spirit of your campaign. If your campaign was like, trans people have taken it too far, wokeness has gone too far, and you somehow managed to get elected on this, you somehow managed to get enough Republicans that were like in the center. Like, yeah, I was always looking for a Democrat that was anti-woke. Thank you. That's great, Kamala Harris. Let me vote for you. If you do that and then you go in and enact a bunch of legislation protecting trans people, you're going to be rightly accused of breaking your word, of breaking your campaign promise, on violating what you ran on, right? And do we really trust liberals to they're just going to be anti-trans in their rhetoric? Right? Once they get into office, they're going to be pro-trans in the policy. No, I don't fucking trust them. I don't fucking trust them at all. In fact, I'll say it, chat. There's a lot of transphobia on the Democratic side of the aisle too. All right. I don't think that Seth Moulton just said what he said out of an attempt to vice signal and an attempt to, steer the party in a different direction. I think that Seth Moulton said what he said because he's a fucking bigot.
Every single survey you can offer on trans rights has gone in the wrong direction the past couple of years. Right? We've just begun to lose that argument terribly. And that has put people in real danger.
Wait. Clarence bad as in Clarence Thomas?
So I take your point when you say, look, I want people to feel seen in my writing. And I want people to feel seen in my writing and my podcasting. But I think the place I'm trying to
I gotta get
push
something
towards
to eat
is
too.
I think that there is a diminishment of the political coalition building that we now need to do, because we have come to the view that a pretty wide variety of people are in some ways kind of deplorables. I think it's weakened a bit in the last couple of years.
I would never use that language. Jesus Christ.
But
like, that's not, so when you
but I
ask me
think-
about that Hillary Clinton, that's what, like, I would never say it like that.
That's great. I think it's good that you wouldn't say it like that, but I'm not saying.
I don't even think that, by the way. Like, I don't even focus on people. Look, I am at war with certain ideologies and ideas, and I want them expunged. I want to turn them into phrenology. That's what I want. But I don't want the people. You know what I mean?
Not a timely reference, because if there's one ideology that was destroyed thoroughly, dismantled intellectually, that is making a major comeback, it is probably phrenology. So, oops, phrenology is back.
Ouch. Like, when you start talking about who people are and their bones, like that.
So in a way, I'm not sure. I mean, in a way, I think we're saying something not too dissimilar here. I guess the place where I felt a lot of pushback, and maybe this was not your pushback, right?
Except for cop phrenology, that's a real study. That's a real scientific study, as you guys know.
Was, the first piece I can just sort of, like, I accept that there's a disagreement on, like, what to do in the 24 hours after a death. Like, you feel like I was watching the guy, and I felt like I was sort of... Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
It's very upsetting.
I know you do. The second piece I did, which I think you saw, was more about this question of, what are we going to do living here in sort of two types of disagreement, right? One with a right that has, where Charlie Kirk has become sort of the center of it, right? He's not unusual for the MAGA coalition. He's a sort of uniting force within it, and the kind of things he believed and the way he did his politics. And then two, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to be here with people who are like halfway there, right? What does it mean to be in this political community together? What do you think about that question?
About how to live together.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth. You know what I mean? I think it's like it's a foregone, like we are. I really, really believe that, There's no real choice about this. I'm not renouncing my American citizenship. They're not renouncing their American citizenship. So this then, as far as I'm concerned, is a
that's a good question, Spleen God. Spleen God over on Twitch chat is asking me, does anyone buy this? Ezra Klein's rhetoric, I'm guessing you're saying. Yeah, so he is a writer for the New York Times, right? We're going to maybe encounter another writer from the New York Times, actually a guy that has talked to Ezra Klein recently in Ross Douthout. That's what's winning so far on the bonus content. Remember, make sure to make your voice heard if you haven't already on YouTube. You can vote for what we do next. Right now, the Hasan versus Ross Douthout is in the lead. We've already secured at least one bonus content, so we're going to probably watch that or whatever else. But yeah, go ahead and vote if you haven't already. And also know that when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see next. And just like I did for Davi and Narwhal, I can our donors today, the carrying the stream all by themselves today. I see you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I'll put your donation as a percentage towards that. It'll give it a little extra bonus. But like I said, looks like Ross Douthout is going to be pretty hard to beat today. But yeah, sorry, to answer your question, does anyone buy this? So Ezra Klein, and the failing New York Times, right? They don't have, I mean, they're doing okay for legacy media, but they are still legacy media. And the overall reach is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. Where Ezra Klein really does have reach that's disturbing is with your congressman or woman, is with your senator, right? Is with the Democratic Party establishment. That is the 120 for Douthout. That is the unfortunate, like, although he doesn't have like a big, like a huge, number of the Democratic base, like buying what he's saying, he's got a lot of politicians eating out of his hands, unfortunately, and thinking he's some kind of genius. For abundance. But yeah, just to answer anyone buying this, Democratic establishment, like him for some reason. And yeah, well, yeah, because he's echoing what they've been doing. They don't want to change. They don't want to change their rhetoric. They lose and they lose and they lose and they lose. And they're always, do you think it maybe we weren't mean enough to trans people, right? Maybe we were perceived as being too friendly towards immigrants, right? Yeah, we got to do a better job shitting on the groups. That's what Ezra will tell you.
Contest of ideas and narratives. Again, all I can go to is my role as a writer. And my role as a writer is to state things as clearly as I possibly can, to make them in such a way that they haunt, to state truths, and to reinforce probably the animating notion of my politics. And that is that all humanity is equal and is worthy of that. And I actually think all of the sort of political and policy positions are, that I probably find myself in sympathy with, are attempting to affect that, in the real world. And again, I'm putting aside your piece, but I'm just thinking about the moment we're in. When I hear or see people who are honored and commemorated in such a way so that they almost become a national religious figure, and then I see their content, and I see that their content is actively destructive to humanity, I have to draw a line there. Like, I think, like, for me, like, the bigger question is, where are the lines? You know what I mean? And I think there's no problem with saying, listen, you can't hurl epithets at people. You're out if you do that. I'm sorry. Look, you want to have a debate.
So yeah, they're back to the Charlie Kirk thing. It all started off with Ta-Nehisi saying that like he's saying right now, the hagiography of Charlie Kirk in the wake of his assassination is really dangerous. And as much as the Democrats want to keep their heads down, because people are coming for your jobs. People are they're looking for anybody that says anything less than celebratory about Charlie Kirk and trying to make your life make you have a bad time. But in the wake of that, what Ezra's doing, which is this weird virtue signal of like, yes, Charlie Kirk was a great thinker of our times and he was doing the politics the right way. Ta-Nehisi took exception to that. Ezra comes back with, well, look at Hillary Clinton, right? She said basket of deplorables. Do you agree with that? Do you like the idea? Are you okay with the idea of writing off of, what would it be, like half of 40% of the population, that being the deplorables amongst, that's what Hillary Clinton was saying in the deplorables comment, was that half of Trump's, voters, okay, maybe we can work with you. Half of them, you're a basket of deplorables. But really what she's trying to do is disambiguate like the casual MAGA from the alt-right and acknowledge, like, anyway. So he latches onto that and basically says, Ta-Nehisi, if you say that Charlie Kirk is beyond the pale, or that whatever, that you're doing the Hillary Clinton mistake again. And that's kind of where we're on. But it looks like we've moved forward from the conversation about trans rights. So chat, I did manage to, I know you're gonna hate this, George Jackson, but I did manage to find what I think is the Hasan clip that Hutch is referring to, when he says, I've just reacted to a clip of Hasan blaming Biden for the current anti-trans climate and accusing Biden of not fighting back. So let's take a look here. And then I've got some receipts on the, that kind of push back on the whole issue. Let's see, what do we got? It's 3 o'clock Thai time, 3 hours, or the better part of 3 hours until I have to end stream. Oh my God, let's go.
It's not necessarily true. If it was true, or the very many people that look to him for guidance, insight, I think he's very influential, and he's very consistent on this. This is like a really big, consistent pitch from Hasan. And I think he's very influential.
Yo, Morbius, thank you for the gifted membership to Christy Z. Christy Z, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
And a lot of people have adopted this kind of philosophy.
Reason why, even though Donald Trump is very unpopular, the Democrats are even less popular is because of this reality. They've like shied away from addressing any of the needs of their fucking base or anyone that's in the margins, by the way, which is a much larger percentage anyway. It's a plurality. Oh. We're all going to go to fucking concentration camps, and the Democrats are going to be like, well, it wouldn't have happened if you voted for us harder.
I mean, you know, I would for sure.
Unironically.
Yeah, dude, I listen.
Unironically.
I'll just play right into that.
And again, for anybody in chat who doesn't understand what's wrong with what Hutch is saying, that like, if we all got put into camps by a fully fascist Trump administration, that the you know, that it would be appropriate to blame people like Hasan who were not pulling with their full force for Biden and Kamala, or who were in any way critical, right? The underlying logic being that any criticism of a political candidate hurts their chances of winning an election. He is not able to conceive of the very simple dynamic that criticizing a candidate who is making a mistake and about to lose an election is pretty much the only way you can change their electoral fate, right? People don't owe candidates their vote. Candidates have to work for that vote. And if there's somebody out there that's not doing the work, that's leaving part of their own fucking coalition on the table due to neoliberal brainworms or just due to electoral malpractice, you gotta criticize. That's the only thing you could possibly do. Hasan voted for Kamala Harris, and like an overwhelming majority of his chat did too. They got the message, right? They heard the criticism and understood that even though these criticisms of Kamala Harris and the Democrats were valid, that it was still worthwhile to vote against Trump, right? They got the message. That's not the problem, right? But yeah, he does become a really convenient scapegoat, I guess. So this isn't quite what we were looking for, but let's see if he gets there.
If we're heading towards there's a hypothetical future where he rounds up political dissidents and anybody who criticizes the administration goes to a camp.
Wait, is this even it?
The guy like wrapped up in a blanket, like shivering, holding my, tin cup of.
The sad thing is, it's not going to be Hutch. It's not going to be a dude that lives at the intersection of privilege to the point that he can't even understand criticisms that like, for instance, trans people might make towards the Kamala Harris ticket.
A tiny amount of like.
You're already wrapped up in a blanket, Hutch. It's called privilege.
Strony soup or something like that. I'll be the guy that's like, this would not have fucking happened
if it wasn't for Hasan.
Had voted for Kamala. I'll be that guy in that camp saying that for sure.
It's nice to know, Hutch, that you're just as worthless in a hypothetical concentration camp situation as you are in politics.
It's just literally true,
Republicans know that as long as they can maintain that reliable 25 to 30.
Chat, Final Fantasy, the Ivalice Chronicles just came out. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I got distracted. I saw somebody playing this on Twitch. That's out?
30% psychopathic base, that Democrat unpopularity with the rest of the country due to their inability to examine critically and address the needs. The reason why, even though Donald Trump is...
This is just a really core kind of part of leftist ideology. In a way that it kind of mirrors the James Carville slogan from the Clinton campaign, where he said, it's the economy, stupid. Leftists have that, they hold that position to a very extreme degree. Cool Ranch Corey, thanks so much for 8 months, buddy.
But Hutch, you should love James Carville, right? At least at the beginning. At least at the beginning of the Trump administration, he was giving the Democrats the advice to play dead. In other words, he was agreeing with the Democratic establishment. Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what your complaint is? That any criticism of members of the Democratic Party ticket is tantamount to supporting Trump. And thus we have to just trust our fate to whatever they think the best strategy is.
And I think we have some pretty strong indications in the current climate that that's not necessarily true. If it was true, if it was actually true, then Biden would have been up 15 points in the polls. If that was actually true, the team, we mentioned this yesterday, I repeat myself a lot, just deal with it. If that was true, then we wouldn't have a situation where a third of Teamsters union members preferred Donald Trump after he bailed out their pension on the order of like $30 billion. And
For Biden, he means Biden.
I mean, that was a huge, huge deal. The Teamsters were in a situation where retirees were facing the potential outcome of having to come out of retirement because the pension fund had run dry. How do you square that with 30% of Teamsters preferring Trump, who's like very explicitly anti-union? Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
If you understand a little bit about, like, if you don't see unions as a monolith, you understand exactly why the Teamsters voted like that. You understand exactly why Sean Thane was willing to show up at the Trump, convention.
There was a recent collaboration between gubernatorial candidate. God, why can't I remember his name now? The fuck is his name? Starts with a V. Who's the guy? Who's the guy that was the Doge guy? So he was doing Doge with Donald Trump, and then he got kicked to the curb.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vivek, Jesus Christ. I need a neurological test. I'm not even kidding. There was a recent event where Vivek was like hanging out with Ohio.
By the way, it's Vivek, rhymes with cake.
Teamsters union members, and it looks like he has the support of the Teamsters in Ohio. Like, how do you make sense of that? If it was just
how do you make sense of one of the like most right wing unions? Like that not only is their rank and file right wing, but their fucking leadership is too, supporting Republicans. They're voting on, if I was to guess about the Teamsters, right? They're voting on the idea that because Trump is willing to do tariffs, that he's going to actually bring back the industrial base to the United States. Obviously, they're not gonna have a good time.
Is addressing people's material conditions. No president maybe in my lifetime except for Obama. Like, listen, the ACA, the big part, the most important part about the ACA, I mean, the Medicaid expansion, the practice of denying people for pre-existing conditions was a really, really big deal. But it was the Medicaid subsidies.
Thank you. Okay, at least we can agree on that.
It was the expanded Medicaid subsidies that was the most impactful part of the bill. It expanded healthcare access to tens of millions of low-income Americans. That is a very direct, consequential addressing.
So what he's saying, and he's correct in this, is that Joe Biden is the furthest left economic Democratic president since like the 60s or 70s, right? That's true. That's true. But what Hutch doesn't get is that that's not enough. And that's an incredibly low bar. That's an incredibly low bar. Right? Obama, Clinton. These are not Democrats in even like the Rooseveltian sense. These are not believers. Obama tried to, chat, sell out Social Security because he thought he was going to get great accolades for people who are now irrelevant, from the same fucking never Trumpers that have no constituency right now. They were the tastemakers back in the day, back in the, Obama administration. And he thought he was going to get their accolades and he'd secure his place in history by being like, I'm the president that finally got, healthcare reform, but I'm also the president that finally said, look, we're going to take some of the money that you put into your Social Security account throughout your life, and we're going to use it to pay down the debt. And then we're going to encourage you to fucking, put your retirement savings with like a bunch of fucking, finance bros that are just like chomping at the bit to get a hold of that, right? So yeah, Obama is Biden's closest competition as far as an actual left Democrat, and he's just not that. He's an absolute centrist, right? He maybe not as bad as Clinton, but still not great. Anyway,
conditions for the most vulnerable people in the country that don't have a lot of money. And what happened in 2010, there was a complete bloodbath. It took some years for the policy to really fully kind of materialize. And so once it did, it's now it's popular. The ACA is popular, but it's not. I wish it were that simple of just address people's material conditions and voters will support you. I wish it was that simple, but in today's
Hutch wants it to be that you can throw some peanuts to the dopes and get their votes. And that's not what material conditions fucking means, right? It means first and foremost being connected to the working class, right? To the extent where you can actually see what their concerns are. What are the concerns of the middle class, Hutch? Medical care, yes. Okay? Medical care, yes. The ability to unionize, yes. Okay? Protection from fraud and scams, yes, but there's going to be less people actually realizing that the CFPB is there. These are all good things that Biden brought about. But what are the two things that Biden is missing? Higher minimum wage, higher wage, because the people's wages haven't gone up. No fucking movement on that. And then secondarily, something about how, doing something about the cost of housing, which Biden is definitely not going to do because his suburban voters want the housing bubble to inflate even more, right? Because that's where their money is, right? So the Democrats are kind of over a barrel there, but you got to do something for people in terms of it's really a misery index thing that got Biden, that got that made the Democrats lose, that allowed Trump to present himself as the guy that actually cares about your material conditions, because the Democrats didn't want to deal with what they needed to deal with a long fucking time. Chad, do you know that the minimum wage has not been changed, I think, since, 2007? Is that the last time? It got raised from like $5 to $7. Wait, am I even right about this? But the part that I am right about is it's about 20 years since the minimum wage has got up. The part that I am right about is that if you look at American productivity, that is the average amount that a worker contributes to their, the bottom line of their company, right? What you produce, and you compare that to the rate of pay, in the late 40s through the 70s, you saw them both rise, like with a slope of one, right? Basically, right? Both of them went up, right? As the productivity went up, the pay rate went up, right? Americans were working harder, but they were being cut in, right? I mean, it's still exploitation. It's capitalism, right? You're still not getting paid what you're worth, but when your boss makes more money, you make more money up until the 70s. And then at that point, these two lines diverge. The real wages after inflation, the median wage after inflation flatlines, and the rate of productivity continues unimpeded. That's what the American people needed, and Biden didn't give it to them. 725, 2000. Oh wait, some people are saying 2009 is when it got done. This is crazy because it was Trump's buddy, Bill Zolar, who was on the post office board that had the YRC trucking company that bankrupted and lost the Teamsters pension funds that Biden then restored. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what to tell you about like the Teamsters organization, but it's, you know, and look, I mean, not to go like bad empanada on y'all or anything like that, but unions aren't always, how should I put this? They're not always the paragon of solidarity, right? There is every chance, you know, for like a I got mine, you know, you get yours kind of mentality. Inflation doesn't exist, says Davi. Well, are you talking about like post 2021 or something like that? The inflation rate kind of came down. It's not even like inflation. It's more, you know, a combination of price gouging and the housing costs, right? That have really increased the misery index. Biden included a special carve out in the American Rescue Plan to save the Teamsters pension fund. The YRC agreed to pay a certain amount and they didn't pay. And also, just like, let me be real, the Teamsters are kind of like, you know, they're just like a more conservative union grouping than like than other large unions. The Teamsters offered to show up to the DNC and the Democrats said no for some reason. Yeah, they were. I mean, look, the Democrats do need to they need to stop taking people's votes for granted, including union members. But yeah, they were probably just jilted from the fact that O'Brien had shown up at the Republican National Convention.
This day and age where tribalism has really become a big problem, people have merged their political beliefs with their identity in a way that didn't happen as much before. Now people's you're in a tribe now, you know, and you're inundated with posts every day that highlight the tension between the various tribes in this country. And this is especially relevant with younger people who are spending more and more time alone. They're less and less social compared to their millennial and Gen X counterparts. They're having less sex. They have less friends. And so they get, you know, human beings are very social, curious creatures.
Can you imagine watching this guy and thinking, this guy's really got it nailed down? I'm glad I'm watching a smart person stream, right? He seems to have a good view of like all that's going on, like the tribalism that's coming from Gen Z not having any sex. Yeah, he's definitely not just reading the headlines, chat. This guy, my bowl looks good. Yeah, I'm all about these fresh rolls, right? It's just lettuce, cucumber, carrot. You know, it'd be nice if they put some, I would appreciate some onion in here. For some reason, I don't think that like raw onion is like popular. I feel like I haven't seen like raw onion in a lot of dishes, right? Now stop talking about young people's sexual habits, you weirdo, right? I could not watch Hutch. younger people, but like this is like the whole thing he's saying is that like, yeah, you got tribalism now, and look, like it's Hutch, a white cis straight dude, whose rights are going to be protected, who's going to be okay no matter who gets elected, right? There's no, like I said, I almost said this before. His thought experiment about the being in a concentration camp, it's just unrealistic because he will never be in that camp. It's the rest of us. It's the groups that have that kind of reality to actually worry about. It's not something that he's ever going to have to deal with. Young people are profoundly unpolitical from my interactions with them. Like, they just seem nihilistic. So anyway, I don't know. I was thinking this was like, I mean, this is him criticizing a clip from Hasan. It's not the clip that we were looking for. And now I'm wondering, he said that he just got done. He said in this tweet, I just reacted to a clip of Hasan blaming Biden for the current lack of. Okay, so yeah, and we're looking for that just reacted. And like, I mean, this is him, I guess, reacting to something else. I don't want to get too caught up in this. What's he looking at now? Reagan, the great Ronald Reagan. God damn it. Oh, wait, does it work? Can I J and L this? I can. I mean, it's slow. Twitch is slow. Oh my God. He's looking, is this a debate? Is it a Reagan-Bush debate from the primary? Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, this is interesting stuff. But no, this seems to be all just like this clip from Hasan. Then he gets to Reagan and Bush. Then he's looking at, this is the Bulwark. Jon Favreau. Back to the Bulwark. God, I mean, somebody uses Bedhead. Look at that. Look at Tim Miller there. He's the guy that, oh my God. Spleen God, you just got jellyfished. Thanks to Omega Star. When all of your politics is from the internet, it's inherently kind of schizophrenic. It just melds into an unreadable soup. That's what I see. That's unironically what I'm seeing from Hutch here too. Yeah, in chat, apologies for him being out of frame. I want to find the actual clip I'm looking for before I switch over to the Twitch overlay, which I do have. Yeah, it's, wow, he watches a big old Bulwark clip, and then what comes next? Oh. He's giving us the looks, chat. I feel like a photographer. Give me sexy. Give me scared. Show me naughty. There's naughty. There we go. Hutch is, wow, he's the best model I've ever worked with, chat. He's really doing it for me. What is this? More Tim Miller. It looks like, I can't, is that Tim Miller? I can't tell. I can't tell if that's, oh wait, I should know who that is. Oh my God, that's a Republican politician lady. What the fuck is her name? Yo, Omega Star with the gift sub to Tavert O. Tavert O, you just got jellyfish. And Omega Star says, put my stupid sexy jellyfish on stupid sexy Hasan. I will do. All right, that gets that up to 132. It's pretty clear what we're going to be watching for bonus content today. I really wanted to give you like one, I think we're at 135 now. I really wanted to find Hutch reacting to Hasan. I just don't, whoa, a hype train? It's Kari Lake. Thank you. Scary Curry from Arizona. Scary Kari. She is kind of scary, but yeah, you just unleashed a hype train on Twitch chat. So Twitch chat, if you have a Amazon Prime sub hanging around that you haven't used yet, or you need to renew your sub, or you want to gift subs to some other people, or you just want to throw some bits my way, now is the time, because for a limited time only, anybody that gets on this hype train can earn extra emotes. I think that's what happens if you win on the hype train. You got like 4 minutes, and it's at 62% right now. If you get it to 100%, then you get to level 2 and earn some emotes, and that's how it works. So if you want to play, now is the time to play. If you're thinking about supporting me on Twitch, now is a great time to do that. Even if you're on YouTube and you got a Prime hanging around, this would be a good time to use that. The Lake Woman? Yeah, you're right. It was the Lake Woman. The Lady of the Lake, so to speak. Oh my God. Okay, that's a bad joke. That's a bad joke. That's a real bad joke. Anyway, back to the Bulwark, I believe. No? Wait, back to the Bulwark? The Bulwark. Wait, Daily Caller? He's talking to somebody from Daily Caller. Did Tim debate this guy or something? Because I know the person that Favreau was getting it. John got into a Twitter fight. The person Favreau was fighting was actually in the thing that Hutch opened up. Yeah, no, I don't see anything. Chat, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to give this to you. What I can give to you, though, are some receipts, as I previously mentioned, right? So this is the Title IX rule expanding protections of trans students that got struck down. Let's see, I feel like I had something else in here too. From MSNBC, trans rights are at the mercy of the president. That could go terribly wrong. Even with Biden's new healthcare protection measures, trans people in the U.S. find themselves in a scary position at the mercy of whoever sits in the White House. Last week, the Biden administration announced it had finalized federal rules protecting trans people from discrimination in healthcare facilities. It's the latest move. Wait, let me make sure this is on screen. It is. It's the latest move the White House has taken to try to stem the relentless, 1 minute left on that hype train. Stem the relentless attacks on access to gender-affirming care by red state legislatures over the last few years. The rule resets section 557 of the Affordable Care Act, which protects patients from discrimination based on sex, to include gender identity. President Joe Biden's version of that rule returns the protections to what they were when the law was initially implemented by the Obama administration in 2016. The restored rule brings back the landmark healthcare law alignment with how the conservative Supreme Court defined sex discrimination in Bostock versus Clayton County in the 2020 ruling that banned employment discrimination against LGBT people. Biden's decision is a small but important step in the fight against small. This was not what it was called for. On the fight against the onslaught of right-wing attacks in conservative state legislatures, but it's far cry from the guaranteed protections trans people needed. And there we go. That is, oh my God. Omega Star with the 1,000 bits. coming in right after the hype train. It's sometimes hard to get that. Don't allow Jon Favreau around the keyboard. He might misspell Obama. Wait, Obama bigger deal again? Wait, what did he do? Did bro accidentally type the N-word through a typo? Did that happen? Is that a real thing? Either way, thank you for the bits, Omega Star. Getting us to 145 out of 200. I gotta keep looking at the time. So 3:30 Thai time. That is about 2 hours before my my class. We rubs you too, Omega Star. Thank you. I'm trying to see. Yeah. Okay, let's see if, I don't know, like these. There's the Title IX one. I can find this department reads Bostock. Okay. Here it is. The department reads Bostock far too broadly by importing its holding into the context of Title IX. Reeves said in Tennessee versus Cardona, the Supreme Court Bostock expressly limited its holding to Title VII. The challenge was led by Tennessee, though filed in Kentucky, joined by Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, Virginia, West Virginia. Christian Educators Association International intervened in the suit to focus on provisions of the regulation that it contends would require teachers to use the names and pronouns preferred by transgender students, even when it went against the teacher's religious belief. So this is getting, this is like the Republicans are interpreting this, teachers being, teachers being disallowed to misgender students and dead name students as being the compelled speech of Jordan Peterson's fabled C16. The Education Department did not agree with that group's argument, but Reeves agreed that the plaintiffs reasonably fear the teachers and other speech concerned. Reeves. Who the fuck is Reeves? Reeves said in Reeves, the U.S. Department of Education. Wait, who is Reeves? Judge Danny Reeves, U.S. District Court Judge. Reeves agreed that the plaintiffs reasonably feared that teachers and other speech concerning gender issues or their failure to use gender identity-based pronouns would constitute harassment under the final rule. Put simply, the First Amendment does not permit the government to chill speech or compel affirmation. So yeah, it's basically a situation where a judge ruled against some of Biden's Title IX protections, and so for Hutch, that's all they could do, right? They put in the protections. The judge slapped him down. What else are you gonna do? I don't know. Try rewriting them, right? His famous statement about trans people was that he said, "I've got your backs." The defense bill that so yeah, the biggest I guess example of hostility the Biden administration doing like anti-trans signing into law anti-trans provisions is in the defense bill. Right. And that like the Ezra Kleins and hell, maybe even the Hutches of the world, like they don't give a fuck about protecting the rights of trans kids. But I will say that some of the issues that are considered marginal by your, shit libs, like trans participation in sports and the defense of the rights of trans kids and their families, is actually what opened the door to the larger Mark Ruffo or Chris Ruffo project of demonizing trans people, right? Because these are like the camel's nose, right? The trans women in sports thing basically exposes the fact that even though most people will say, yeah, trans women are women, like they don't really believe it. And they don't really understand trans people. A lot of them don't even know that trans people, do HRT, especially if they're required, to have done HRT. In other words, to have hormone, like a hormone profile more resembling the their gender than their birth sex, right? In order to even participate. So, it's a combination of ignorance and I don't know, casual bigotry that has put trans people into this place where I don't know what the Trump administration is going to do, but shit like camps is not too far off, right? That seems to be Trump's solution for immigration. It's his proposed solution for homelessness, and I wouldn't be surprised if it played a part in his trans policy at some point down the road as well, right? I mean, these are truly scary times, and while Biden, definitely is better towards trans people than Trump in some ways like this, he opens the door for what Republicans are trying to do through his attempt to, I don't know what, show he's not beholden to big trans. President Biden signs defense bill blocking healthcare for trans military children. First anti-LGBTQ federal law enacted since the Defense of Marriage Act, right? That was a law by, I think, Bill Clinton. Wait, was it Bill Clinton or was it Obama? I think it was Bill Clinton. Signed. That was basically, in order to virtue signal that he wasn't under the sway of big gay, the DOMA or Defense of Marriage Act essentially was a stumbling block in the path to marriage equality. Last night, President Biden signed the FY25 National Defense Authorization Act into law, which includes a provision inserted by Speaker Mike Johnson blocking health care for the transgender children of military service members. This provision, and again, there's a lot of people that are like, well, yeah, children shouldn't be transitioning. They shouldn't be getting their body parts chopped off. Again, we come up against this wall of ignorance, right? Healthcare for transgender children is comprised of, let's see, therapy at an age before they're entering into puberty to understand what they're telling their parents, what their gender identity actually is. You bring in a healthcare professional and have them talk to them, right? And then once they were, once children are the age of puberty, you start talking about puberty blockers in order to give them time to to decide, because once puberty hormones start in, that trans person, that trans kid, is going to be facing potentially irreversible changes in their body that are, that are going to complicate their lives, right? And so, hormone blockers up to a certain point, and then, but yeah, it's in terms of healthcare provisions for transgender surgery. No, it's not bottom surgery, you fucking idiots. I'm sorry. It's just if people, and this is the whole problem, chat. This kind of shit should not be politicized in the first place. This shouldn't be a political issue. To understand trans healthcare, I'm sure there's doctors out there, chat, that don't understand trans healthcare, but that's a prerequisite. Is like a basic understanding of childhood development and I mean, this is a medical issue. This is something between the patient and the doctor, and in this case, because we're talking about kids, the family of the patient, right? Provision: the first anti-LGBTQ federal law enacted since the Defense of Marriage Act in 1996 will rip medically necessary care away from transgender children of thousands of military families. Families who make incredible sacrifices in defense of the country. Oh my God. Every year, the last anti-LGBT federal law that explicitly targeted military service members was Don't Ask, Don't Tell back in 1994. Another Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's such a great ally, isn't he? A group of Senate Democrats attempted to remove the anti-trans provisions in the bill's closing days, led by Tammy Baldwin. 21 senators pushed forth an amendment striking the language that would deny health care to children of service members. In her statement, Baldwin said, "I trust our service members and their doctors to make the best healthcare decisions for their kids, not politicians." U.S. Senator Ed Markey joined HRC and Partners Human Rights Coalition and Partners at the press conference to call for the rejection of the poisoned NDAA. However, the amendment was not brought to a vote. So it's more than just Biden responsible for this, but Biden did sign this legislation into law. And this is after saying that he had trans people's backs. Okay, so here we go. There's the last article I'm going to read to you, and then we'll move on to the bonus content, which looks like it's going to be Ross Douthat and Hasan. I'll watch as much of that as I can with you. But I'm going to show you one more article first. Biden's actions as president leave some trans people feeling unsupported. So from a trans perspective, look at this. NBC News, right? Heard what a trans perspective on Biden's policy might look like. Hutch, Ezra Klein obviously didn't care. Obviously, they know better than trans people about what the policies should be. With Trump heading back to the White House after piling on trans people during his campaign, some worry Biden didn't do enough to shield them from what's likely to come. Here we go. President Joe Biden began his term in the White House with a broad promise to protect transgender Americans against Republican policies that painted them as a threat to children and sought to push them out of public life. Your president has your back. That is the quote. Biden assured trans people in his first State of the Union address in 2021. He repeated a version of that statement in subsequent speeches. But with President-elect Donald Trump days away from taking office after piling on trans people throughout the campaign, some worry Biden did not do enough to shield them from what's likely to come. The president-elect has declared that it will be official policy of the United States government that there are two genders, male and female, not genders, right? Those are not genders. Sorry, try again. Pledged to sign a series of executive orders targeting trans people early in his presidency. But again, it basically rides on a wave, a tidal wave of ignorance is what that does, right? It sounds right according to most Americans' fifth grade understanding of biology. Biden and Democrats, meanwhile, are grappling with how to handle transgender politics after the GOP used Democrats' support of the trans community to win back the White House and control the Congress. I think that part is overblown. I think that, it's not just that they're saying, in the famous they them ad that Trump used, he wasn't just saying she's for them. He's saying she's not for you, right? In other words, Biden didn't take care of your material needs during his presidency. Things have gotten tougher. It's a combination of the lack of of understanding of what working people need to survive and and then he just, he gave all your money to trans surgeries. That's where it went. It went to trans surgeries, right? So we distract the public with a demonized identity, and we say that's why you're not all right. It's because the trans people got too much, right? Vice President Kamala Harris rarely mentioned trans people during her campaign, but Trump's campaign cited previous Harris statements to argue relentlessly to swing voters that she focused on trans issues rather than the economy. The Democrats will not soon forget the punchline of the Trump ad. This is the ad I was talking about that became ubiquitous by election day. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you. Again, if you show that you are for working people, this is, ridiculous preoccupation with trans people that falls on deaf ears. Unfortunately, people were economically hurting. So it did resonate. In his last full month in office, Biden scrapped pending plans to provide protections for trans student athletes and signed a bill that included language stripping coverage of transgender medical treatment for the children of service members. His actions follow a common strategy which the outgoing administration rushes through policies or abandons unfinished regulations to prevent the incoming president from retooling them to more quickly advance his own agenda. But some trans people question why Biden let plans that might have better protected them from Trump's policies sit on the back burner. In some ways, the Biden administration, there's so much that sat on the back burner, including, the person with the biggest back burner was probably Merrick Garland, right? In some ways, the Biden administration has lived up to the promises supporting trans people, but not nearly to the degree that they could have, nor to what is equal to the current anti-trans onslaught. Imara Jones, a transgender woman who created the Anti-Trans Hate Machine podcast, told the AP, Biden named trans people to influential positions across his administration. She noticed he overturned a Trump-era ban on trans people serving in the military, and he made it possible for U.S. citizens who do not identify as male or female to select X as a gender marker on their passports. Right under President Biden's leadership, we have remedied historical injustices and advanced equality for the community. But there is more work to do, and we hope that work continues after he leaves office, said White House spokesperson Kelly Scully. What a weird thing to say. Yeah, Trump will pick up where Biden left off. The Justice Department under Joe Biden also challenged state laws in Tennessee and Alabama that banned gender-affirming care, medical care for trans youths, and it filed statements of interest in other cases. But major gaps were both opened and remain, Jones said. The administration failed to follow through on Title IX. This is what I was talking about with this. I think it's this one. Yeah, the Title IX. So it got some of his stuff got struck down by the courts, and he just left it at that. Which again is not what Trump would have done. All right. You can see the difference now between the Republicans that basically thumb their noses at the court and the Democrats that use the court's decisions as an excuse to stop trying, right? While they have the power. Then they lose the power. The list goes on. Even now, the administration could be putting in place measures to help safeguard the trans community, at least temporarily. Some LGBTQ advocates have accused Biden of abandoning the transgender community after he signed into law the annual defense bill, despite his objections to a provision preventing the military's health program from covering certain medical treatments for transgender children in military families. The nation's largest organization of LGBTQ service members and veterans said Biden's decision to sign the bills is in direct opposition to his claims that the administration is the most pro-LGBTQ in American history. Kelly Robinson, the president of the HRC, said it's the first federal law targeting LGBTQ people since the 1990s, when Congress adopted the Defense of Marriage Act, which defined marriage as a union between a man and a woman. President Bill Clinton, a Democrat, signed it into law, and a decision he later said he regretted. A little too late, Bill. The restriction comes as at least 26 states have adopted laws banning or limiting gender-affirming medical care, for transgender minors, though most face lawsuits. Federal judges have struck down bans in Arkansas and Florida as unconstitutional, but a federal appeals court has stayed the Florida ruling. The judge's order is in place, temporarily blocking enforcement of a ban in Montana. 25 states have laws on the books barring trans women and girls from competing in certain women's sports competitions. Judges have temporarily blocked the enforcement of the bans in Arizona, Idaho, and Utah. Of course, chat, I gotta note, this article was written around the time that Trump came into office, so this is old by now. When Biden in 2023 introduced the now abandoned proposal to forbid outright bans on transgender student athletes, trans rights advocates were dissatisfied, saying it left room for individual schools to prevent some athletes from playing on teams consistent with their gender identity. The sports proposal meant as a follow-up to a broader rule that extended civil rights protections to LGBTQ students under Title IX was delayed several times. The delays from Biden were widely viewed as a political maneuver during an election year as Republicans generated outcry about trans athletes in girls' sports. He ruled, and also this article could be doing a little bit better job of saying trans means trans women, trans men, and non-binary people. All right. Because the way that their Republicans use participation of trans people in women's sports, it's coming from a place of people that don't know trans people outside of trans women. That's the trans people. That's what that means, right? And the public is severely lacking of education and knowledge on this issue. It'd be great if our media would try to fill in the gaps, but I don't know. They just want to cover this as a political football, I guess. Had the rule been finalized, it would have likely have faced conservative legal challenges like those prevented the broader Title IX policies from taking effect in a dozen states. See if there's anything else I want to go over here. One more article, sorry. Wait, I think we actually did read this one. Late last week, the Biden administration announced it had finalized federal rules protecting trans people from discrimination in healthcare facilities. It's the latest move the White House has taken to try to stem the relentless attack on access to gender-affirming care by red state legislatures. I know we at least... Okay, I think I get where they're going with this. Rules resets section. Wait, we did read this. We absolutely did. Bostock and Clayton County. Biden's decision is a small but important step in the fight back against the onslaught of right-wing. 2018, the Trump administration finalized its own rule to divide sex as sex assigned at birth, ostensibly legalizing discrimination against trans people by medical providers. The back and forth between successive Democratic and Republican presidencies have left trans people in a legal limbo on the federal level as the national political rhetoric has ramped up to extremes. Oh wow, that's amazing. Extremes, right? That's how they're covering this. Yeah, it ramped up to extremes on both sides being the implication. Yeah, extreme trans acceptance. It's like I don't know, trans supremacy. Like what would the extreme on the other side be? Right? You can only vote if you're trans. I don't know. I don't know, chat, but no, there's not extremes. There's an extreme, and it's an extreme bigotry against trans people that's informing Republican policy, and a extreme complacency, unfortunately, from way too many liberals. The renewed rule gives Biden's Health and Human Services Agency more leverage to punish healthcare providers and state health policies that discriminate against trans people. It also gives the agency and plaintiff in federal lawsuits an additional basis to sue states over bans on gender-affirming care. But because it's a federal rule only defining how the executive branch enforces the law, it is subject to the whims of whoever is in control of the White House. 24% of all trans people did not see a doctor when they needed to in the last 12 months due to fear of mistreatment. Yeah, so what they're going over here is that legislation is what's needed to give, like, to firm up trans rights. And obviously, at the moment, it's a political football between dueling executive branches. Anyway, chat, we got some bonus content. Are you ready for that? Yeah, MB's Rise. Hell yeah. Let's... Yeah, go. Yeah, this is what happens every time I try to read an article on stream, I put people to sleep. Anyway, let's give you something that's not going to put you to sleep, because it's not, you don't have to do any reading. Hey, how about that? It's pretty cool. And that is...
But it's
but that
right,
is what they're going to.
I mean, it helps if you've read a little Ross Douthat, I guess. But yeah, no reading is required for this one, chat.
Right, so you have the Jimmy Kimmel controversy as of
yeah. Look, he's like his position base. He doesn't ever fully say it.
Oh wait, this is Hasan reacting to it. I don't know. Do we want to? Yeah, we'll watch this. We'll watch this because there is stuff in here that Hasan adds, right? That you wouldn't see just from, because I think if I watched the debate, like, here, let's see if I can find it. Ross Douthat definitely has a channel. Douthat, Hasan. Let's see if this, don't do that. It's 1 hour and 14 minutes. If I just watch it like this, I kind of want to, oh God, they put out a clip of like Hasan Piker wants a post-liberal America. Wow. Hasan Piker agrees with me. Isn't that cool? Anyway, let's just let him go on this, and this way we get Hasan's commentary on the interview, not just the interview itself.
Yep. But his position basically is, yeah, it's really stupid that they went after Jimmy Kimmel. They should have went after you instead, because you do deserve getting arrested for your speech. All right, let's do the
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Debate. Now,
let's dow that.
The original title for this video
most
was
of
different.
America.
The original title for this video was different. I forget what it was, but now they changed it. There's an accompanying New York Times piece with this as well. For those of you who don't know, Ross Douthat, of course, is a right-winger. He's supposed to be like, and he's not even like an anti-Trump conservative, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure he's like, at least like either Trump agnostic or pro-Trump. I can't remember now. But Ross Douthat is a,
anybody remember?
Requested they change it? No, I didn't. They do that all the time. They will come out with like a crazy title and then people will get mad at them and then they'll change it. They did that with the style section piece, remember?
MAGA body.
But in any case, oh yeah, the original title was in my How Radical is Hasan Piker? The Twitch star's flirtation with violence. Meet the online star who likes to play with fire. So I knew going into it that obviously
chat, what is that Halloween picture from? Is that from his TYT days? He's dressed as Hercules, and the other person in the picture is oh my God, what the fuck was her name? What's Hercules' girlfriend's name? I can't remember.
It was going to be like this. It was going to be contentious. But to be fair, Hasan Piker goes on Ross Douthat. Piker has no filter, says Douthat, or at least that's a sympathetic way to describe his marathon Twitch sessions, Twitch podcasts which cover everything. He's self-proclaimed, blah, 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 blah. All right, whatever. So, like I said, I knew that it was going to be a contentious conversation, but it was going to be a polite one overall. And I hope that I was able to get some of the positions that I have across in a somewhat hostile, somewhat contentious, but very...
Amanda Styles says Megara. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's something like that.
Large platform. Because the New York Times, this YouTube video...
Okay, so Ross Douthat is anti-Trump because he thinks he's dumb, but he's fine with everything else. So he's pro-Trump policy, anti-Trump's brain?
Like crazy numbers or whatever, and that doesn't
Wait,
matter.
wait. You're saying that he combines the smug intellectual superiority of a liberal with the shitty politics of a conservative, of a MAGA? Is that what you're saying, Davy? That sounds like what you're saying. Wow. He doesn't necessarily disagree with Trump on any issues. He just wants to feel superior to those MAGA hat wearing sweaty hogs, right? He's a hog of a different hat, I guess.
The New York Times and interviews like this do reach a lot of power brokers, a lot of people who are in positions of power.
So what is the connection with there's like a connection, maybe even a sexual connection to William F. Buckley. If you don't know who that is, chat, oh my God, I almost know enough to explain William F. Buckley to you. What did he write? Something about like God and man on the Harvard campus. He is the right-wing intellectual, that's using that word loosely, of the 1960s and 70s, basically. William F. Buckley, God and Man at Yale, that's what it is. So he is like this, I don't know, conservative intellectual. Oh God, this was published in 1951. So yeah, 50s, 60s is more of his like prime time. But yeah, I think he's kind of, so where he's positioned, chat. So at the time, you've got Roosevelt and the New Deal in the background. All right. You've got McCarthy starting to, or really successfully marginalizing anybody that's standing up for politics that are more left than Roosevelt's, or even some of the stuff that Roosevelt would have agreed with, right? And then you've got Republicans like Eisenhower, who is not a super partisan and actually upheld a lot of the principles of the New Deal, and even like expanded, I think, the tax rates for the top marginal brackets to 90%. Right, that's Eisenhower. And then you've got the right-wingers that think Eisenhower is a communist and want to bring him in front of the House Un-American Activities Committee, right? That's the John Birchers, right? So I would place William F. Buckley in between the I guess like the Birchers, like somewhere in between the Birchers and Eisenhower is William F. Buckley. And Ross Douthat's connection to this guy is that he, as a young man, used to ride on William F. Buckley's yacht. And there are tales told that you know, what happens in international waters maybe stays in international waters. And whether that is like Ross Douthat losing his virginity to a very much older man or not, I can't quite say. Buckley is like a 10-layer cake. Also, Ross was only wait. Okay, I'm sorry, not a young man. Davy Cliff is telling me that Ross was only in his early 40s. Wait, so that wasn't that long ago then? Wait, oh no, he is now. Yeah. Ross is around 45, I think, right now. But yeah, as a younger man, he had many adventures with William F. Buckley in international waters. They might have done a little swashbuckling. I don't know, chat. Like, what happens on the high seas stays on the high seas, I guess. But yeah, you know, Ross effectively served as Buckley's cabin boy.
Right. So let's take a look.
I think conservatives have a really great way of designing a narrative that makes sense to as broad of an audience as possible.
Everyone is in the business of crafting media narratives,
Yes.
right? And
I wish Democrats were a little bit better at it, to be fair.
Don't get him started talking about propaganda.
Hasan Piker has no filter, or at least that's the generous way to describe his marathon streaming broadcasts.
Fascists need to go to prison permanently. Sig Heiling has one use. You're a Nazi. If Donald Trump is going somewhere, it is certainly not heaven. Israel is an illegal entity, okay?
Which cover everything from the war in Gaza.
It's crazy to me that we treat Israel like this unstoppable force, like they are not human beings that are making these decisions to bomb schools, mosques, hospitals.
To his fitness regimen.
Are you on creatine? Yes, I love creatine. I love creatine.
He's a self-proclaimed Marxist and anti-imperialist.
We here in the United States of America live under the comfort of being a part of the labor aristocracy.
Who's been hopefully called the left's answer to Joe Rogan, and who's compared himself to Rush Limbaugh. And he keeps getting suspended from his platform, Twitch, for language that he calls hyperbolic and other people call incitement.
Wait, Ross oiled Buckley when he was like 20 and Buckley was like 80? So like late 90s, early 2000s? Wait, what did I say that was wrong? Are you saying it was just massages? It was just massages that went on, or just, you know, putting on the sunblock to make sure Buckley's skin was protected against the harsh rays out on those international waters?
Is this person calling for the death of a U.S. senator? Of course not. Hello. If you're watching this, that means I just got banned.
Is he the future of the left? Or is he just another example of how living on the internet drives everyone insane?
Yeah, he's the insane one, not Ross
Welcome to
Douthat.
Interesting times.
We are living in some interesting times, considering that it is you, Ross Douthat, who is interviewing me for the New York Times. I feel like that's very interesting.
Who else would it be, man? This is a show. This is a place for
In a sane timeline? Seriously though, when is the time, like, when did he get this gig? When did the New York Times start hiring dudes like this, right? No, it is strange. He's a fucking weirdo, and for him to be this influential is fucking weird. And your mom reads him, potentially. Your dad, your uncle, your aunt, right? People read this guy. People that still read the New York Times. The failing New York Times chat read this guy's column. They're pining for it, and they don't know. They have no concept of how insane this guy is. Only seen Chomsky's Buckley debate, the one where Buckley his face moves in an inhuman fashion. He struck me as incredibly narcissistic. Did he crash out in that one, Ivan? I'm trying to remember.
the interesting perspectives of our moment.
Did you hear this intro? Yeah. No, I didn't hear this intro. It was new. Oh.
I think that's what you represent. And we're gonna get into that. We're gonna talk about the Hasan Piker worldview. We're gonna talk about debates about political violence. But I thought we should start because I know what you do. I'm very tech savvy. Obviously, I'm very online. I understand the internet. But there may be some listeners and viewers who don't know what a Twitch streamer is. So I want you to tell me what a Twitch streamer is.
Yeah, Twitch streamers broadly, for the most part, play video games. I'm a little bit unique to the space because I cover politics. I do news and political commentary for the most part. I do lifestyle stuff as well, and I do the regular things that Twitch streamers do on the side, but that's secondary. But Twitch is basically a live streaming platform. So for the boomers that read the New York Times, I would say it's like YouTube, but it's always live. It's like just live stream YouTube. That's it.
Right. So when I make a podcast, I come into this beautiful, wonderful studio and I sit down and it's like a self-contained thing, but then it's edited and cut up and, turned into the product. Right. But when you sit down, you go for 7 hours Like what?
If you ask my audience now, they'll say half day Hasi, and they'll say 7 hours, which is a joke. But yeah, I used to.
Yeah, it's more like 12 hours
every day. But
you've cut back.
I'm 34 now.
Yeah.
So I lowered it to 7.
Okay, and you're doing it after we record this, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah. I go 7 days a week as well. Every
Sunday. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think if someone, they can see you.
Oh my God. Wait a minute.
Background, right? But if someone who wasn't familiar with this.
Is he locking in on the fact that Hasan is despoiling the Sabbath? Is that why he's concentrating on Sunday too? You're not keeping the...
Sort of dropped into the stream. They'd see other stuff on screen, right?
Yeah.
So what would they see? What do you share the screen?
I gotta admit, chat, even Matt Bender, when he saw my Twitch overlay, was like, what is all this stuff that you got here? Look at this. We're in the middle of a whole bunch of stuff. There's jellyfish. There's like, butterfly. Like, right. He was like, yeah, Matt, it's called an overlay. You build it in OBS. Now Matt uses OBS on the regular, but I don't think he'd really, I don't think he was very familiar with streaming at the time that we had our conversation.
Normally, at any given moment, if you tune in, you can either see me full screen like this, just doing direct to camera commentary, or most likely reading an article, criticizing it piece by piece. And also sometimes I offer commentary over media from TV channels as well. And it's a broad spectrum of political ideology.
And you're also talking to people who are talking to you, though, right?
So there are tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of concurrent live viewers,
right,
that are in my chat. So we broadly call it chat. They're on the side of the screen. You can see it as well. It's just
it's this thing that we like to call chat.
Constantly going up and down like it's the Matrix, right? Because it's a constant.
How you explain it to a boomer, yeah.
And I don't know exactly how I figured this out. Maybe it's my ADHD, but I have been able to somehow offer commentary that people consider compelling,
right,
while simultaneously
responding
through.
And you're responding. Somebody writes.
Why is he infantilizing you? No. This part is actually pretty good. So what he's doing here for like the first, I would say like 15 minutes to 20 minutes, is explaining what I do to a media executive that's like 60 years old. Okay? Because you have to remember, like, for you, this is every day. Of course you know what the guy do. But for a person that reads the New York Times and is familiar with Ross Douthat, that person has no clue what the guy do. They don't know what Twitch is. They don't know anything. And the reason why he's actually giving this backstory, and it's the right thing to do for the record, but the reason why he's giving this backstory here is because he's going to then at least give me like an honest shake. Because he's going to obviously criticize me, but he wants to make sure that it is contextually appropriate. Because if he just like came into it and said, you've said this and you've said that, then we would have to go back and forth on like, well, it's a long, the medium requires you to talk endlessly for 7 hours with like constant feedback, and a lot gets lost in the sauce, a lot gets lost in the messaging, all this stuff. Instead of doing that, he's basically explaining to people exactly what this is.
And says,
But he's also belittling a little bit. No, I don't even think so. I think that's just the tone he takes. Because the reality of the matter is, if Ross Douthat wanted to belittle someone like myself, he just wouldn't do this at all. He would just write an article. I think what he wanted to do instead was not to belittle me, but to present me as somewhat of a dangerous, because I do think he considers me to be somewhat of a dangerous figure in American politics. The other side of it, the belittling side of it, was when he actually, like that guy was just saying in the chat, the belittling side of it comes from like, oh, well, you live in a nice mansion. Like, you don't want violent, revolutionary violence to come down your doorstep. Like, not understanding that, like, yeah, I don't want that in general. Like, I understand that violence is a constant presence in politics, but like my advocacy revolves around reform. Anyway, let's continue.
That's stupid, Hasan, because of this. And you're like, no, you know, gremlin user 47.
Exactly.
I'm brilliant. You say something, right?
Well, I wouldn't. I don't know if I would say that.
No,
but look, we don't have to give gremlin user 487, send strays in their direction. Okay. Gremlin user 47 did nothing wrong. I think Ross is thinking about short stack goblin appreciator 69420. That's the real chatter to worry about.
Sometimes it's complementary information that's coming in, so it's almost like a hive mind that can quickly extract and find information all around the internet. And sometimes it's contentious, where people come in and they're right-wingers, or they come in and they're liberals who disagree with me on something, and they'll be like, this is wrong, here is why you're wrong. And then there's like a very quick, spirited debate. And sometimes it can even get a little heated. So the way I've always described what I do is that I'm basically like Rush Limbaugh, but for Zoomers. So it's almost like AM radio in the spirit of like conservative commentary. But obviously, I think I have a higher standard for the veracity of the information.
So basically, Demon Mama, if Demon Mama was good.
That I'm looking at, because a big part of what I do, I think, especially in this
sorry, chat. Some people might not know that she attributes, I guess, car rides with older relatives listening to Rush Limbaugh to her getting into streaming. Anyway,
on the internet is sift through the misinformation. So a big part of what I do is also just like going through
face, though. Look at this. He's going to be looking at Hasan the whole time like this.
Through all of that, and in real time, and also trying to instill some sense of media.
Yeah, Hasan danger powers
in the audience. So I explain it as I'm holding your hand through the journey of reading the news.
Do you take a bathroom break? Like, what's your?
I do.
How many bathroom breaks do you take?
I don't know, but my there are some people in the community that time my bathroom breaks, and I think so.
What about
can range
food?
Anywhere from.
Well, I don't need to know how long the bathroom breaks are. Actually,
the bathroom breaks range from 22 seconds to sometimes a minute and 10. But I'm away from the screen for a brief moment.
Yep.
And oftentimes I'll just have like the video running, like the live video feed running. And I'll stay tuned to it, so I'm not like missing anything. I'll have my father, who comes and stays with me over extended periods of time, make me a meal, and I'll eat that on camera as well. Because I'm live for 7 hours a day.
Right.
I eat at the same time every single day. I have a very strict regimen.
And so regimen. So like, how does your body feel? So after I podcast, this is, too much confession, but it's like I'm kind of exhausted in a way that is not the case if you sit down and
chat. I gotta ask, and Davy, I don't know if you're still in here, but did Ross do that, whatever the fuck, however you pronounce his name, which I keep on fucking up. Did he used to be a little bit more heavyset, or am I thinking of somebody else? Buckley's 300-year-old wrinkled grapes are forever flashing in Ross's mind. Yeah, that's what happens when he flips over for the massage.
Write a column, I assure you, right? Like, it's a physical experience to talk to someone or interview them in a way that I didn't expect before I got into this business, right? And most of the time, you do have guests, but most of the time you're not doing interviews, but you are arguing with people in real time, right? Like, are you just spent at the end of the 7 hours, or do you like go off and exercise? Like, what is the lifestyle?
The lifestyle that your paper's style section actually documented was
I read
Douthat, right? That's how you pronounce it. It's Douthat. But like, has Douthat lost some weight? Yeah, he's lost some weight. I'm noticing that. Okay, I didn't want to. Again, I'm not like a super fan or anything like that, but I thought I remembered him being a little bit more heavy set.
I read that piece.
Yeah. So it was quite the controversial title for that piece that everybody seemingly got mad at. But you're absolutely correct.
Wait, what was the title? What was the title?
I think it was a progressive mind and a MAGA body or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it depletes my social battery unlike anything else that I've ever done. After the end of like a 7, 8, 10-hour broadcast, I do oftentimes feel the need to just like kind of unwind.
And it's really hard to not do the math when you see like a wealthy person that used to be heavy set and is no longer heavy set. You just kind of like the variable that usually fits the equation is Ozempic, but we don't know that. We don't know the man's health history.
I have a hard time just like talking to people.
I can
in the
imagine
immediate aftermath of that, because.
But I got to point out, right, if we do find out that Ozempic has like some side effects, right, that are, I don't know, maybe like neurological. I don't know, Chad. I'm just like imagining. I don't know. It's just a germ of a seed of an idea at this point.
The way I see it, like you're constantly on. You have to be entertaining every single second.
I just want to know, because I'll never be able to afford it. Is Ozempic brain a thing?
Every single second of the 8-hour broadcast, like you can't have dead air. You have to be constantly entertaining people. Or constantly trying to educate people. So
you can't have dead air. Oh my God. Okay, so first of all, Hasan, you do have dead air. Second of all, tell that to Chud Logic, Hutch, Lonerbox, Destiny, Vosh. I feel like all these people have dead air.
There are some difficulties in that. You're also constantly online. And
like I have dead air. If we're getting down to it, I have dead air when I'm like searching for something in the background and I can't find it, and I just go like, oh no, right? That's dead air. That's dead air. That's not good. I'm trying not to do that anyway.
Super isolated.
The only person, chat, the only streamer that I know that has absolutely eliminated all dead air from her broadcasts is Vimios, right? Vimios is algorithmically, optimized.
And super sheltered from, how regular people operate and how they feel. I always find that I ground myself basically by being around what I like to call normies or civilians.
Nobody has dead air like Pearl True.
And I spend most of my time offline, directly outside, going to public parks, hanging out with my friends, and also working out is a big part of this as well, obviously.
Well, you can't have the MAGA body if you aren't working out.
You gotta have the MAGA workout routine and also the MAGA trend routine. Oh wait, I'm sorry.
That's what they tell me. I haven't put it to the test yet, but what? So you mentioned you're 34, right? So you're too old. You're too old to go for 9 or 10 hours. You have to go for 7 hours. You don't have a family, right? You're not married.
No.
Are you going to be doing this at 50? At my age of 45, the ancient years?
You're going to be playing video games on the internet at age 50?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I said that is because like I've designed everything in my life so that I can continue doing this. This is what I'm good at. This is the only thing I'm good at.
Well, you've designed it, but like not to play the social conservative advice giver, right? But like, do you want to have kids? Like,
I do, yeah.
Okay, but you might have to redesign your life someday.
Yeah.
Fit the kids in. Well, there might be an issue, but yeah. All right, let's.
Yeah, as the social conservative that thinks that, God damn. That thinks that having kids is a political issue.
No, I meant like there is no issue with scaling back on certain aspects of my life is what I mean.
Right. So the weekends could free up someday.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
For sure.
All right, let's talk about the cause then. What you're fighting for. Give me the Hasan Piker.
Wait, I get the feeling that Hasan very rarely uses weed. Well, like if you're going to say he's not a stoner, I absolutely agree with you, Emily French. But I hadn't even entertained the thought that he ever gets high. Yeah, when would he have time? probably the worst looking man in human history. He does look a little bit like he was made out of Play-Doh. And wait, what happens, chat, when he looks like he was made out of Play-Doh, and like, look, I don't know, I didn't grow up with Play-Doh, so I could be getting this wrong, but go with me here. And left out in the rain, not in the sun, right? Because Play-Doh doesn't, if I understand Play-Doh correctly, it doesn't melt in the sun. It actually gets hard in the sun, right? He's a Play-Doh man that's been left out in the rain, I believe, if I understand the nature of Play-Doh. I thought conservative men had kids and then left all responsibility to the mom anyway, pretty much.
Worldview. What do you believe?
I believe that the United States of America is a profoundly wealthy nation. It's the wealthiest nation on earth right now. And therefore, it could be doing right by all of the people that are in the United States of America, and yet it refuses to do so. And I want to, through a system of at first modest social democratic reforms, basically claw back autonomy for the everyday person, and hopefully give them more of a voice in their workplace and also in the political process.
Looks like I got about an hour left before Thai class starts
as well, and slowly but surely yield more egalitarian outcomes.
Oh no. Emily French, Hasan was wrong. Not all men can be at least a 7. Ross proves that.
Dominant side, I think that we should significantly scale back imperialism and the endless wars that we engage in, and focus on helping people in this country, and even focus on helping people in other countries, but in a meaningful way, not in a way where we change their own internal governance structures aggressively and sometimes directly through intervention and by force.
Okay, so situate that narrative relative to actual Democratic politicians and activists and so on, right? Like, are you where Bernie Sanders is and Alexandria? Or are you someone who's saying that's a good start, but fundamentally, we want to be democratic socialists, but with an emphasis on the socialism? Like, how far do you want to take the transformation of America?
Okay. So it's not just the transformation of America. I think it's the transformation of global politics in its entirety. I think that capitalism was an evolution away from feudalism and monarchies, and I think it was a fantastic evolution away from that structure. And liberal capitalist democracies, I think, for a very long time presented this wonderful new evolution. But I think it's time for an alternative vision to take place, considering that the tremendous amount of bloodshed that keeps propping up this system continues. And I feel like we have an opportunity to move away from this, especially at a time when liberalism is demonstrably failing. And we are seeing, even as Cass Sunstein recognizes, illiberals that are taking advantage of this situation. Now, of course, he would probably consider me to be illiberal in some respects.
Well, we don't have to say illiberal. Let's say post-liberal, right? So you've got people on the right who.
All right, chat. I got to ask you something. I think I found Ross on Sesame Street. Right? This is the restaurant patron that Grover is always waiting on. I think that's him, right? Did I find him? Come on, show him again, show him again. Show him again, show him again. There he is. What do you think? Kinda? Not really. He definitely reminds me of somebody from. Yeah, this version doesn't have the full beard. And also like his forehead isn't like protruding over the rest of his face in a way that makes you think it's gonna like slip down and occlude his vision. the way that Ross's does. I don't know.
So you're a left post-liberal. I think that's fair. But
yes, I wouldn't say I'm a
He
liberal.
just wants everybody to be a post-liberal. Yeah, because here's the thing. Hasan's right. Being a post-liberal implies that you were liberal, right? That is the differentiation, right? They're not any other fucking like MAGA chud wannabe intellectual, right? This is what makes you different than Ben Shapiro, Ross. So, like to the extent that you are.
Well, yeah.
Right, you're post, right? So you want something
I agree with everything you said about your mission, but holy wordy answer, man. For newbies to the channel sound like Hakeem Jeffries speak. Brother, I'm talking to the New York Times. I'm talking to Ross Douthat. I have to be very careful with the words I'm choosing. You will see exactly why I have to be very careful with the words I'm choosing. Okay?
Looks like a Baron Harkonnen nephew.
Fuck.
Liberalism was good for a while, but it's generated too many inequalities. It's too harsh on the world. But what is the alternative? Is it Marxist?
The thing is, when he says too harsh on the world, part of what he means is he thinks it's too permissive, right? And he thinks that the permissive nature of progressive society is endangering the human species by promoting degenerate lifestyles that aren't focused on creating a family and raising 2.5 kids. And like, you're the reason that the population is declining, Hasan. Although it's not declining everywhere. It's not declining in those darker nations. It's just it's just what I mean, right? When people were saying earlier that I was jumping the gun by calling this guy a neo-reactionary or a dark enlightenment figure. I mean, look, I know he's not all the way there yet, but I feel like he is well on his way. I feel like he's got a lot of fucking, fascist brainworms crawling around in that noggin, just waiting to pop out.
Is it essentially deeper and more profound government management of the economy? What are we talking about?
I think I don't have the perfect solution for this, and this is something that I readily admit, but I think moving in the direction of socialism would be a wonderful start. And the reason why
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Streamer. Good to have you with us today. Oh my god, the first chatter is named after one of my favorite herbs. Indian gooseberry, also known as amla. Thank you for the raid, Alexandria. Good to have you. Good to have your viewers here as well. Good to see you. We are at the tail end of a stream about an hour before I have to log off and get my ass to Thai language class, because I'm a scholar, much like Kaya. I'm a scholar, except I'm learning how to speak Thai. But yeah, you feel free to join us on our this is the bonus content. This is the fun half, the better half of the stream, in which the viewers decide what I watch rather than me deciding what the viewers watch. I stream most every day at the dead of night, unfortunately, because I live in Thailand and I'm streaming to a mostly American audience. And yeah, this is how we do. We do one topic that I decide on, and then one or more topics that the audience decides on. So welcome in. Good to have you here. How was your stream, Alexandria? What did you play or talk about?
say that is because, as you mentioned, like a lot of the post-liberal conversations almost always...
Hey, you think I'm kidding? Let me show you.
Unifying strength in the hands of one singular figure or one person, going back to a neo-feudalist or like a
aristocratic
crypto monarch structure that Curtis Yarvin advocates for. What I'm advocating for is more democracy, principled democracy, not even in the anarchist sense where everything has to be handled with or all unjustifiable hierarchies must be abolished through direct.
All right, check it out. This is the powder. I mean, I guess it would be cooler if I had the... In fact, I probably could get a hold of the actual fruit if I looked around. But yeah, I use this for... I combine it with my matcha, which, oh my god, needs to be stirred a little bit. There we go. I made this before I streamed. But yeah, I throw this in with matcha usually. Anyway, back to the Ross Douthat. Douthat. That's how you. I'm having problems. Oh, Amla Pickle. Yeah, the one fruit place that I always get fruit from, I think they do an Amla Pickle, but I don't know. Is it out of season right now? Maybe it's out of season. It's a great stream. We watched a documentary about the Tamil genocide, listened to the new Taylor Swift album, and listened to this interview that you are, what? You listened to Hasan interviewing or really even, I also eat the raw fruit. It's sour and nice. I need to get yeah, there's like all kinds of gooseberries here. Apparently for me to star gooseberry is popular here too. People eat a lot of fruit here. There's a lot of cool fruit I'm getting exposed to being in Thailand. But good to have you with us.
Participation, but at least like
My father cooks it with sugar and makes amla candy. It's so good. That sounds good. That sounds really good.
A more democratic process and getting people more involved, starting at the point of commodity production and then moving all the way to political participation.
I want to talk in a minute about sort of how you developed this worldview and your background, but I want to pause on that idea of sort of democratic change, right?
Did he just pause an obby?
Is all effective change democratic? Or, you know, the thing that the original post-liberal Marxists tended to believe, right, was that, you know, there's certain things you can accomplish through a democratic system, but there's also revolutionary moments, right? To be clear, this isn't just a Marxist idea, obviously. This is the United States of America. We're founded on a revolution, right?
It's a mature understanding of power dynamics, right? Any sort of historical analysis will yield you that change is not always made through, like, you know, slow reform and democratic, you know, right? It's just, anyway, they're going to get into the nature of power, and one even more, what would I say, like a edgy sort of topic that I honestly think is Douthat setting up a trap to try to get Hasan to fall into it. Based Amla, yeah.
But like, what is your view of revolution as a potential transformative force in the world?
All politics, in my worldview, revolves around the distribution of resources and the distribution of power. And a big part of that component is, of course, as well. Revolutionary violence, for example. And
okay, so as you can guess, the word that got yeeted there was violence.
It just simply means like who gets to do the violence and who gets
so
to be...
Here's the deal. If you want to talk about this subject matter, you have got to be talking, I would say, to somebody that you trust, right? He's the worst person to broach this subject with. Because what Hasan is talking about when we say violence, let me explain it to you this way, chat. Let's say, so hundreds of years ago, we live in a kingdom, all right? And your family has some land passed down to you by your parents and your grandparents, right? That has this really awesome waterfall, right? Your kids every summer and your dog, they play in that waterfall. That waterfall is a part of your life. That waterfall is near and dear to your heart. Well, one day, chat, the water stops flowing. And your family is pissed, and you go to see what's going on, and you find out that a neighbor of yours has put a dam or you know, dug an irrigation canal or something like that. They've redirected the water for your waterfall to grow food. And that's not right. Now, I know this is going to blow some people's minds when I say this, all right? But that's violence. I'm not saying it's unfair. I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. I'm definitely not saying that fun times at a waterfall are more important than food, but I'm saying that that's violence. You've experienced loss. You experienced trauma. You engaged in a political like a event with your neighbor and you lost because they're up creek from you. They can redirect the water. So you go to the king and you say to the king, it is totally unfair that my waterfall, that my family, my parents, I played at this waterfall as kids. We got memories, right? Every summer the family plays at the water. The waterfall's gone. It's not falling. The water's not falling anymore. Like there's no behind the waterfall cave because there's no fucking waterfall. Like make this person stop damming stop damming the water. Like I want my waterfall back. And, the king, being a wise and just king as he is, has the other person come in and say, okay, so this person says you stopped their waterfall for an irrigation ditch, and the other person says that's right, because my family needs food. And not only does my family need food, but the village needs food. Your village, king, needs food, and I'm able to redirect this water into my fields to grow some rice. And it feeds a hell of a lot of people. And the reason that I can't redirect this water back to the waterfall is that people would starve. And the king says, okay, I've listened to both of you. And as much as it pains me to say this, your fun times in the summer, your memories, your nostalgia, your dog splashing around in the pool underneath the waterfall is not as important as feeding the village, right? That's violence. That's actually violence, right? Would it be more violence? Would it be worse to have if the king, let's say, you're not just some schmo, but you're a noble, and you go to the king and you say, king, this evil peasant has stopped my waterfall. What are you gonna? And the king says, oh, well, you can't do that. This person's a noble, right? I'm dependent on this person for, for my kingdom, right? So anyway, what I'm trying to say is that violence isn't what we think it is, right? There's a lot that encompasses what violence actually is. And what Hasan is about to say about like the state having the monopoly on violence and being able to decide who is allowed to do the violence and who is allowed to have the violence done to them. This is, this is what we're talking about here, right? When we're talking about violence, I'm not talking about punching someone, elbowing somebody, kneeing somebody. I'm not talking about headbutting somebody. I'm not talking about like those are all forms of violence, but that's not what violence is limited to, right? And that's not what philosophically it really means, right? It's not just attacking somebody. It's not just harming somebody. It's essentially anything that causes harm. And what the other part of that I really need you to comprehend is that it's unavoidable. It's gonna happen. There's only enough water for this dude's rice fields or this dude's waterfall recreational area for his family, right? And so the duty of the, of the government with its monopoly on violence is to decide who gets the violence, who loses their shit, right? So that is what Hasan is trying to talk about. Now, this would be fine if you're having a high-minded conversation with a good faith actor. Unfortunately, I don't think that's what Hasan has got in Freeway Ross Duthat here, right? Ross is, I don't know if he'll misunderstand. I think he will purposefully mischaracterize. That's what I'm really afraid of. Because from what I've seen, Ross is very likely angling to get Hasan banned. Or worse, or arrested, right? To make Hasan, to focus bad people on Hasan and what he's doing on Twitch. Right? So given that, so in other words, this is a conversation that you can't have with somebody that you don't trust. He seems pretty good faith. Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, he's a New York Times opinion writer, right? He's got to uphold standards. But I kind of stopped this before this actually happened. I'm just trying to show you, like, at the moment, right? Because you could look at this and be like, well, no, he was very calm. He didn't yell at Hasan. He didn't call him a fucking commie. He didn't say that Hasan is ruining the world, and he's like, I don't know. Right, like he's not gonna flip out on Hasan or anything like that, but he is angling to present Hasan in a certain way. And that way is something that he characterizes as dangerous, right? That's how he's portraying Hasan. Watching this man is to see a different man's voice come up out of Sebastian Gorka's. Ooh, kind of does have Sebastian Gorka's face. Definitely not Sebastian Gorka's, anything else. But yeah, he kind of does have a bit of the Gorka. And, when you see Gorka's face, you expect to hear Gorka's voice, which is a very distinctive voice. It's too bad Hasan didn't have a conversation with Gorka.
On the receiving end of that violence that we have normalized.
Yeah, look, exactly, DJ Sean EQ. Look at the prison system for state violence. Yeah, it's that's a form of violence that we don't acknowledge as violence because it's not. It's legitimized by the fact that it's the state doing it and that there's supposedly due process. Although under Trump, who knows. But yeah, also something like economic inequality is violence, right? When it results in people not having enough to eat, when it results in people not having shelter, that is also a form of, I guess you'd even call that like both state and the violence inherent in the system. To quote Monty Python. This right here is a prime, wait, what is this? Prime example of how libs present themselves optically while shit they spew is ripe with violence. In the same breath, they will criticize and question any and all dissent true. New York Times writer is aggressively trying to extract some kind of basically he's got anything but positive intentions for Hasan, and that's why I don't like that Hasan went there and started talking about something like violence, which, and the problem with this chat is that people out there, I love that so much of chat understands systemic violence, understands state violence, right? That the chat has an expansive understanding of the concept of violence and also of the fact that violence is going to be done. There is no getting around it, right? And the example I gave is I was saying, even if you're getting your waterfall that your family recreates in, right? Like if you have land and you have a waterfall there and somebody cuts off the water, even that, which I said they're cutting off the water to feed the village, so it's absolutely justified that they're rerouting the water. But it's still, even that, losing your recreation spot, that's violence, right? Any sort of loss, right? Any sort of imposition is violence. And as a human species on a planet with somewhat limited resources, we're gonna have that happen, right? And the question is, who is the violence allowed to be done by, and who is the violence allowed to be done to? This is a question, a very fundamental question of government.
The systems that we exist under are inherently, all political systems are. It's just more so about redirecting that.
Ooh, yeah. Death Side says at the beginning he's labeling Hasan as post-liberal because he is. I think he falls under that category, and he just wants to be like, yeah, you're post-liberal too. And I mean, it's not my definition of post-liberal. I really do think that moniker sort of implies that you, that you were liberal. I don't know. What was Hasan a lib at some point? But generally it's yeah. Anyway, I went off on it at the beginning of the stream. I'm not going to repeat myself, but feel free to watch the VOD if you want to see my thoughts on post-liberalism and its connection to concepts like the Dark Enlightenment and the neo-reactionary movement.
And I know violence is such a scary concept in this when we're discussing in this way, but we're talking about it in an
and that's a great point. Yeah, Dude What says post-lib. We got words for that already. Neoliberal. And a lot of people that are calling themselves post-lib are just edgy neolibs, really.
Context.
Post-lib would be moving forward from liberalism, right? In that sense, a critique of capitalism could be, as Ross said earlier, could be classified under post-lib. But yeah, what neolibs are doing is kind of instead of going forward, they're going backward.
But basically the idea is that
why did you only stream outside for like 2 hours, Lamar? You could have watched your own interview any other day. What do you want me to do, man? I had other news to cover. Let me do what I'm doing. Okay.
Hello, random streamer. Hello, random chatter.
Okay, you do what you're doing.
instead of having a system that currently benefits the very few, I want a system that benefits as many people as possible, that has more, like I said, egalitarian outcomes.
Did it not seem like he just wanted you arrested? A little bit. I jokingly said that this is Ross Douthat very gently nudging the administration to arrest me in the aftermath of this interview.
And the current system, as you said, uses violence. And yeah, all political systems are about the monopoly of force in the end, right? But you use the phrase redirect violence. What does it mean to say we need to redirect violence?
So yeah, obviously Ross, like some people earlier were hypothesizing maybe Ross doesn't have the understanding, like a comprehensive view of violence, like what I just elucidated. No, he does. He does. He knows exactly what Hasan's saying. It's just that he is, again, he's an op, he's an enemy. He's got bad intentions for Hasan, and he is absolutely not above exploiting people's ignorance about a subject that's actually complicated and not fully understood, right? In order to, I don't know, direct, harm and repression at Hasan. So this is definitely snake behavior, 100%. Although I don't know about calling him a lib. Look, do post-liberals tend to have liberal characteristics? Yeah, absolutely. But this is Ross Douthat that we're talking about. Davy explained that he is, he's anti-Trump in that Trump is dumb, right? So he likes to look down at Trump and MAGA, but he doesn't necessarily disagree with the policies. So if that gives, hi kids, do you like violence? Yeah, Eminem understood. This dude gets it. Slim Shady got it. As soon as I found out he worked for the Atlantic, it explained everything. There is a tendency, for the Atlantic.
I mean, first of all, I abhor violence. Let's just start there, right? But violence in this abstract concept would be equivalent to the structural violence of poverty, for example. So when I'm talking about violence, I want to make it very clear. I'm not talking like
he closed his eyes so we wouldn't see him roll his eyes.
Go out, take up arms, and start shooting people, right? I'm talking about the structural violence of poverty. Redirecting that in the same way would be the structural violence of equity.
Right. Because the structural eradication of unjust wealth. Would that be fair?
That would be a better way to.
So the socialist society does not go out and shoot people.
No, yeah.
Though this has happened in some socialist societies in the past.
Famously, capitalism has never gone out and shoot anybody, especially not like in Indonesia.
I should just note, but it goes into you live in LA, right? So it goes into Beverly Hills or something, and it says today the city council has voted to expropriate your.
Dude, I'm convinced of it. He used the Reddit talking points. No, he didn't. He didn't use Reddit talking points. This is Ross Douthat. Hasan is not a revolutionary. He just appreciates violence, and he used a clip from Asman when he half-sourced it from you.
Wait, Ross wrote an article, The Necessary Return of the Wasp? Wait, I thought this guy was Tradcath. He believes in Yale fascism. That's where Buckley started out his literary career. I learned from Hasan the distinction between liberal and leftist, a lesson which has been crucial to understanding. Yeah, very, very crucial to. And Death Size, more so because of the fact that so many people will. In fact, you see this from the Hutches, who we covered earlier, and former Destiny orbiters like the Live and Learn podcast folks. That they will oftentimes be like a leftist. Use leftist in the way that right wingers use it. Right wingers use leftist to mean anyone on the left, but the idea I think behind it when right wingers use it is to kind of smear liberals with socialism and communism and what have you, right? And then the dumb fuck liberals come along and they're like, yeah, leftists like me. And you have to explain to, you find yourself explaining to Dylan Burns fans, no, Mr. Burns is not a leftist. He would not call himself a leftist, right? He is what we call a liberal. And I know that's that's uncool, but that is what his fucking ideology is. That is what it's called. That is the definition of liberalism right there.
No, calm down. Okay. This is the New York Times. They did not source their target. This is not the free press. Okay. All of the snark that you are experiencing from Ross Douthat is coming from him and maybe one of his like producers. Okay. That's homegrown.
He is somehow a Catholic WASP supremacist, much like Buckley. That's scary.
You guys are crazy. You don't understand. You literally don't understand it. I'm sure he used the asthma clip because like someone in his payroll brought it up. But like I will say, Ross is very good at what he does here. He knows what he's doing, even though I hate it. Yeah, he is setting this up, and you will see in a second. He's setting this up. Worldview is violent, and I know he's setting it up to say that, and that's precisely why I'm starting the conversation by describing what I mean when we're talking about violence, like the structural forms of violence.
Does he think that somehow Douthat is above like clipping him out of context? Because he's absolutely not, right? He may have the intellectual veneer of a New York Times opinion guy, but at heart, he is not above the tactics of a slop tuber.
Because basically, poverty is structural violence. Not being able to make rent and then being evicted is structural violence, right? Eviction is a violent process. And the reversal of that process would be seemingly violent for those with the power, those with capital.
Yeah. In other words, having a tenant staying in your property that's not paying, would be. And so when I'm using violence, I'm using it without judgment, right? There's not a moral connotation to my use of the word violence, right? When we're talking about it in this sense, right, in a very expansive sense, we're talking about, like I said, even the violence to the the noble family that lives at the waterfall and has to suffer from inadequate recreation when the water is redirected towards a rice field in order to feed the village, right? Obviously, morally, the village, the water should be directed. The village should have that food, but to the to the people living in the big house next to the waterfall, that is experienced as violence, right?
Violent to force the landlords to no longer be able to evict people, for example, or be violently taking away their profit margins, eradicating or shredding their profit margins in its entirety. That would be a different way to examine structural violence in a hypothetical socialist utopia.
So here the definition kind of relies on the use of force, right? Whether it be physical or otherwise, right? Yeah, Buckley is the so we're watching Hasan debate Ross Douthat, who is I guess you'd say like a intellectual progeny of William F. Buckley Jr.
The IRS collecting taxes, which I think brought up in this conversation eventually, is what libertarians would consider to be the state exercising or enforcing its monopoly of violence by telling you you're going to go to prison if you don't fucking pay the taxes. So when I talk about structural violence of that sort, even the reformist positions that I have that are fairly modest, reformist positions that I have, like increasing taxes, for example, yeah, that will be seen as something that is unimaginably violent for those who are at the highest percentage in the highest tax bracket. The reason why I started this conversation with structural violence, however, is because I know it's going to go back to direct violence, the type of violence that liberals actually see.
Yeah, M85, it could be jail, prison, or the judicial system. In the example that Hasan just gave about the landlord or paying your taxes, or it could also be in the example that I gave about redirecting the creek away from the waterfall to feed the village, right? It could be that the family living at the big house at the waterfall comes up to try to take down the barrier that's redirecting the water, and the king's men, are there with pikes, and they won't let them, right? So they're not stabbing the family with their pikes. They're just there, and they've got pikes, and they can't redirect the water back to the waterfall because the king, the sovereign, the one with the monopoly on force in our hypothetical feudal thought experiment has sent his men to protect the redirect of the water to make sure that it's going to the rice field to feed the village.
As truly violent, because no one actually recognizes structural violence as like another form of violence. Okay.
Lavish undeserved wealth and return your homes.
Yeah, exactly, Emily. Yeah, the question at hand when we're talking about government is the society's ethical decisions on who is subjected who is allowed to mete out violence and who is subjected who is allowed to be subjected to said violence.
People, and that's backed up by police power, so it's violent, but it's not
exactly. Yeah. So this is the context in which Hasan's talking about violence, and you can see the danger for him here in the environment where he has already been targeted by fucking Elon Musk, right? He's been through Dan and Ethan's clip chimping. He's come under the attention of Elon Musk, who obviously has the ear of Donald Trump, and he's in danger from that. So that's why I'm saying that, like, I just wouldn't have had this conversation with a guy like Ross Douthat, because in this sense, in this use of the violence, use of the word, the terminology, the concept of violence. Yeah, non-violence is a myth, because as long as we live in a world with limited resources, right? Even the distribution of those resources is going to have a positive a positive effect on the people that the resources are going to, and a negative effect on the people that the resources are going away from. Isn't slap motion corporate? That's almost like you're talking about the what do you call it? Like a flagrant lawsuit. There's a word for this. A spurious lawsuit a lawsuit that's not gonna win in court, but is gonna potentially, if the person you're suing is unable to, it's gonna disincentivize, like usually it's in the case of somebody is like, hey, this company did something that they polluted the land and it hurt my family, right? Well, the company doesn't want them out there saying that, so they sue them for defamation, even though what they're doing doesn't meet the definition of of being defamatory, right? Maybe the family can't afford a lawyer, or they can, but it's it's basically it's a chilling effect, right? But I mean, that's just one example for sure. Yeah, it's super risky. Do you think Hasan agreed to that? He knows what's going on. He does seem to be aware of the where the sharp pointed swords are at. So he's not going into this like a fool.
Putting people against the wall, but like, is that what you mean? That kind of redirection?
A similar structure, I think, like, has been attempted or was exhibited in Cuba, and I think it was Fidel Castro himself who personally took back any farmland from his own family members that went above and beyond what the state had designed.
Frivolous, thank you.
Now,
Yeah.
obviously, this is a terrifying concept for a lot of people. So this is so
People in
far out
Beverly
in the
Hills. Yep.
future.
Right.
Yeah, this is so far out in the future for even someone like myself that like I don't even see the necessity of arguing on how this would work, because I'm more invested in, especially in the short term, getting socialized medicine, like getting universal health care, getting free schooling, all the way up to the college education, especially.
So Ross has tried to talk to him tried to enter into a conversation about revolutionary violence here. Hasan is saying my, reformist tendencies where it regards electoral politics are more focused on, things like, achieving Medicare, healthcare for all via, democratic means, right? Like that, while I understand the necessity, the historical necessity for revolutionary violence at different times and, different circumstances, that is not what I'm here to talk about. That is not what I'm espousing. And, I am, my advocacy is for reform in this sense, right?
For public universities, ensuring that we have some semblance of government competition, if you want to call it that,
Right.
that interferes with the regular market to claw back housing prices, for example, by creating public housing, things that exist in other fairly robust social democracies, and things that actually a lot poorer nations have been able to develop. Just good governance.
Okay. But we're having a debate right now about political violence in the U.S., right? So yes, I agree. The expropriation of the property of wealthy Angelenos is abstract, and we can, far in the future, right? But debates about political violence in this moment aren't. And your platform, Twitch, is right now looks like it might be one of the Trump administration's targets in the aftermath of the Kirk shooting. There's been a lot of...
Is he low-key coming at you for living in LA? It's a not-so-subtle jab at, like, you're a fake revolutionary. You live in a nice house. Of course you don't want that. But he fails to comprehend that, like, I want more equitable outcomes for every single person. The example I always use was when people would be like, socialist, but as a Porsche. And it's like, if in the future, in Los Angeles, if the only way that we could achieve robust public transit was for me to dump my fucking car into the ocean.
That's Seattle, isn't it? Do you think this editor, I don't know, Chad, I don't want to speculate. They probably just looked at it from Google Images, but I recognize that bus. That's where I used to live.
Ocean. I'd be the first to dump my car into the fucking ocean. Okay? That's it. That's it. It doesn't matter. I want these outcomes for everyone. And yes, this is consequential for my bottom line as well, but I don't give a shit. But in the interim, the idea that like I have to live like fucking Diogenes is stupid.
About, we're going to go after...
ANC taking back a farmer's land is what Hasan should be citing. He's not trying to emphasize any kind of advocacy for expropriation, right? Like this is the trap that Ross is trying to lead him into. Ross wants him to talk about, revolutionary violence and, like land reforms, things that might be threatening to somebody that has the power to bring down either the ban hammer on Hasan through Twitch, or even worse, through the legal system, through the Department of Justice, right? So he's trying to tack away from anything that might be perceived as radical here.
Institutions and organizations that support political radicalism or incite violence. I think Congress is calling CEOs from Discord and Steam and Twitch and Reddit to testify next month.
Yeah.
Why are they doing this? Why is Twitch a target?
I suspect a big part of the reason why Twitch is a target here, even though it was not mentioned in the investigation at all, like there's no evidence that Tyler Robinson,
right,
the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk, was ever on Twitch. He might have been, right? But there's no evidence for it.
And also, it wouldn't matter if he was. Nobody's going to say Tyler Robinson was on Facebook. Let's ban Facebook. Nobody's going to say Tyler Robinson was on Twitter. Let's ban Twitter. Nobody's going to. It's only sites that are perceived as being on the left that even come under this kind of scrutiny, right?
Whatsoever. But the reason why they're being called in, I think, is specifically because the administration currently is, in my opinion, perhaps in a very cynical manner, utilizing Charlie Kirk's death as a way to bring about significant clawbacks of the First Amendment, free expression and free organization, free organizing of the political left. And they haven't necessarily made this a secret either. They've gone after Jimmy Kimmel and numerous other cultural figures that conservatives have of petty grievances around, right? And they've done so in a way where even the most vanilla, the most timid assessment of events is enough for the administration to pull the FCC in to demand taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air. And this has created tremendous backlash from even Republicans, as a matter of fact, because a lot of people do love free speech. I love free speech. I come from a country that does not have free speech. I came to the United States of America from Turkey originally, a country that actually does jail political dissidents and journalists quite frequently. And I don't want that to happen here in the United States of America.
Right. But
but that is what they're going towards.
Right. So you have the Jimmy Kimmel controversy as of
Yeah, that's a good point. He should point out the campaigns to fire ordinary people, not just the major cultural figures.
Look, he's like, his position basically, he doesn't ever fully say it, but his position basically is, yeah, it's really stupid that they went after Jimmy Kimmel. They should have went after you instead, because you do deserve getting arrested for your speech.
As of this conversation, he's back on the air, but calling in Twitch and so on, like, that's kind of about you, right? Like you are a target,
for sure,
right? And are you a target? Are you a target just because you say, you know, you're some kind of Marxist who wants to be post-liberal, or is it something else?
I think conservatives have a really great way of designing a narrative that makes sense to as broad of an audience as possible, even though their own setback is oftentimes how hard they go after certain people. But in the grand design of things, if you look at like the Antifa designation as a domestic terror group, for example, if you read the executive order, it makes sense. They're presenting this as this violent leftist organized unit that is like responsible for so much political violence that's taking place. It's of course built up around this hysteria that they expertly craft as a media narrative first and foremost.
Okay,
but then they want to tackle it.
Everyone notice how anytime I start cooking, he goes, okay, and he has to interject. Like, I want to talk about some serious shit, and he's like, okay, but what about you?
He's got an agenda. He's definitely got an agenda.
Being violent might have more validity than you're leading on as snarky and gross. No, I know that. I knew that going in. I knew that going in. That's why I have to keep steamrolling through it to get to the meat of the matter, because I also know the environment that I'm in. I'm speaking not to Ross Douthat. I'm speaking to New York Times readers, okay? Which also include, you know, right-wing Republicans and conservatives that are going to see this and be like, wow, this is a dangerous guy. So on the one hand, that's what I'm cognizant of. But also on the other hand,
so yeah,
I know that the real thing that Ross Douthat is not interested in talking about, because he is a Republican, is the fact that the administration is doing that, right? But he wants to legitimize the administration's actions in that direction by simply saying, well, you kind of deserve it, though. So if they do come after you, don't you think you deserve it? And yes, the New York Times readership is liberal, but Ross Douthat is not, or unless you mean liberal in like the actual political theory.
And amongst the liberal readers, or amongst the readers of the, New York Times, Ross Douthat's readers, Ross Douthat's podcast listeners, I guess, or viewers, are going to skew to the right. So I see now why Hasan, has entered into the lion's den here. I think what he wants to do is try to disarm the trap, right? Because the same people that could, I don't know, crystallize an intent to or legitimize a government action against Hasan, or at the very least pressure on the platform to take him off, are, if they were to see Hasan and they were surprised by his reasonable nature, his reticence towards violence, which he's got on display, maybe they would, you know what I'm saying? The same people that could damn him are the same people that, if they see him in a certain light, might keep him from getting damned. So I understand. Chat, I am realizing that we're not going to get we're not going to be able to watch this all. I will try to come back to it. I've got 15 minutes left that I can at least watch with you here. So we're going to try to get through as much of it as we can, but just understand that this is a really interesting interaction here, perhaps even an eventful interaction. And I do want to come back to this. So if we don't finish it today, understand it is still on my agenda.
What were your objectives? Inform and convince them? No, my objectives were to talk to a right-wing figure at the New York Times who was a pretty decent interviewer, and get across some of my fears. Get across some of my fears about the Trump administration, so that as broad an audience of New York Times readership as possible is also aware. It's the same shit that I do here every day.
Everyone is in the business of crafting media narratives,
Yes.
right? And
I wish Democrats were a little bit better at it, to be fair.
The media narrative around Antifa, right, exists at some level of hype, but also some level of reality, because if you lived in Portland, Oregon in the year of our Lord 2020, you had a lot of experiences of political protest and violence that involved people who called themselves Antifa. That was not fake.
So now, chat, I'm seeing what is either ignorance or willful ignorance, right? He's not talking about Antifa, which is I don't even want to call it an ideology. It's a general leaning. It's a reaction to fascism, right? And Antifa is the soldiers that went to war, that landed on the beach on D-Day. Antifa is the liberal that doesn't want, neo-Nazis marching down the street. And yes, Antifa is the leftist that would prefer a different mode of production from capitalism, right? These people are all, roughly speaking, Antifa. But I don't think that's what Ross Douthat means. I think when he says Antifa, he's talking about Black Bloc. So let's talk about Black Bloc for a little bit, all right? We're talking about people that are obscuring their identities while engaged in direct action that, might have either violent consequences if they were known to be engaged in that from the far right, or even legal consequences, right? That's Black Bloc. But I want you to understand, Black Bloc is just a tactic. It's even less defining than anti-fascism. In other words, chat, anybody can put on Black Bloc. And anybody will put on Black Bloc. And so when you're looking at images of people in Black Bloc from the 2020 protest, know that you don't know who's under that, balaclava. You don't know who's there, right? And there's every chance that the person, is a far-right extremist themselves trying to do agent provocateur type activities, or even a cop, right? There was one incident, I believe, around a AutoZone, the business, not the autonomous zone in Seattle, but the actual business AutoZone, breaking and destroying property, who a lot of people think was either a far-right extremist or a member of law enforcement, right? So, I mean, that's what Ross is, you know, kind of papering over and obscuring here. I don't know if he's doing it intentionally or just because he is that ignorant himself, but I'd be tempted here to maybe try to go into that and explain that. Kind of a quixotic task. Very unlikely that you're going to make readers of the New York Times understand these distinctions. But I'd be tempted to. It looks like Hasan's not going to do that, and I think I know why, right? Expressing too much familiarity with things like Black Bloc is not going to be, it's going to be the opposite of exculpatory. And that's what Hasan is trying to do here, is trying to, you know, provide a image of himself that runs counter to the description of him as a violent extremist. So I'm guessing that's why he's avoiding that.
Right. And it's also not fake that you are a provocateur, right? Like they're not, you know,
not an agent, not an agent provocateur like the guy at the AutoZone, but like a actual provocateur.
There are plenty of people on Twitch who...
He also will add a second thing onto the back end that I agree with, because like I do agree with being a political provocateur. I don't agree with the Antifa designation, but I agree with being called a political provocateur. So in that vein, like, it looks like I'm agreeing with everything he's saying, but I'm
okay. I think the Antifa designation he doesn't agree with was Ross's statement of like the very real Antifa members enacted violence against persons and properties in and around the metropolitan area of Portland, Oregon. So that I think that's what he's disagreeing with.
Half of the statement
are, you know, who are not highlighted by conservatives, right? I just want to give you one more chance to describe the things about you in your own words that people are going after before I describe them for you.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that we'll get to that point as well. But like I said,
in just a second, we will.
The things that I advocate for are pretty clear. But of course, this is something that conservatives have experienced and have considered cancel culture or like wokeness in particular for quite a bit, where you can just like reframe someone and smear them, especially in the format that I exist in. It's quite simple to take people completely out of context or make it seem as though they are incapable of using metaphor or incapable of being insincere or
joking,
hyperbolic in moments. Right. And so it kind of goes back to the same thing, is like Antifa is a serious threat to American stability and order. And it's an organized unit that must be tackled because they're justifying violence against, you know.
And what do they think you
police
are? What
officers
do they think,
and things of that nature?
The equivalent of that would be conservatives saying that you're inciting violence, right?
Yes, I think that is precisely what they're going to try to do. And not just like inciting violence necessarily, but inciting terror, right?
Revolutionary terror, you might say.
Yes, exactly. And I think that is the grand design and the ways in which the conservative apparatus is going to try and stamp out any sort of political discontent, like any sort of political dissent, really. Because
oh my God, I gotta rewind this really quick. I just saw something. I don't know if I'm like been streaming too long and I like hallucinated, but oh no, look at this, chat. Do you see this? Do you see what I see? Here, let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger for you. All right, no, this is just fun. Look at Hasan and look at how the Boomer Pepe that's on the shelf behind him. At first I thought this was somebody in my chat, that it's, you know, if you post emotes in Twitch, they'll show up at, oh no. What? I'm getting a call from here. I can't answer it right now. I'll see who it is in a second, but god damn, that kind of scared. I thought my alarm had gone off, is what I thought had happened. Maybe they're canceling class or something. I don't know. But I'll figure out what it is. I kind of don't want them to cancel class. I'm learning a lot of Thai right now. But do you see what I see, chat? you combine Hasan being right there on the screen, right? So his chin is cut off right where the boomer Pepe begins, right? And it just makes it look like that's his head. You see what I see? Do you see it now, chat? Here, let me make it a little bit bigger. Just a little bit bigger. Like so right there. Right there. It looks like he's transformed into the boomer Pepe. Anyway, cinema, exactly.
The conservative apparatus is going to try and stamp out any sort of political discontent, like any sort of political dissent, really, because that much has been clear to me, where it's not just about people like myself who they can single out and target and say are like, you know, very scary individuals, but it's also Gavin Newsom, right? Like Gavin Newsom will come out and make this symbolic gesture where he has no power over federal agents, but he'll say that in the next year, ICE agents that are conducting ICE operations in California state have to be unmasked when they're doing this, right? And this is, I think, it's a fairly reasonable provision, even though it's ultimately symbolic.
Yeah.
Having said that, however, the conservative apparatus will point to that as like Gavin Newsom wants to kill ICE agents and dox them. Like that's not the case, right? I mean, that's ridiculous.
All right, so let's make this a little more.
Yeah, he hated every single time I compared myself, every single time I packaged like what the administration is actually doing, he would just get a little annoyed and try to get it back to just me. Because his entire framework is like, the administration might come after you, and when that happens, it's actually totally just because you're a rabble rouser. Now, of course, obviously, he doesn't fully subscribe to that notion, because if he thought I was like a dangerous terrorist, he wouldn't be having a non-contentious conversation with, or somewhat contentious conversation with me. Okay? But he is actively in this conversation trying to separate me from the likes of Jimmy Kimmel and separate me from the likes of Gavin Newsom. But from the administration's perspective, there is no stopping. And that's my point. There is no stopping at Hasanabi Piker, the dangerous radical, because I'm not a dangerous radical to begin with, I think. He might consider me that, but he's also, you know, a pro-life Republican and someone who is very right-wing to be a dangerous radical, right? So basically, the goal here is to separate.
I must teach you Thai.
The crop of like, you know, high-profile liberals that the administration is going after. But unfortunately for him, the administration is going after them even harder than they're.
I must teach you Thai and all of its fanciness. Yeah, I'm just learning about the fanciness now, and it is actually pretty fancy.
Going after me, okay? So that's why he keeps getting annoyed. And it's not even that he's annoyed with me. It's more so that he's annoyed with the administration. Did he think you were a moron going into this? He really undermined his own approach by letting you humanize and contextualize these topics before his analysis? No, I think that was fair of him to do so. I don't think he thinks I'm a moron, but I think he thought that I would dance around too much and I wouldn't appear confident in my worldview. Like, I mean, think about it this way. He had a similar conversation with like Peter Thiel, for example. He talks to a lot of very powerful people. He talks to a lot of very powerful people who are very confident in their abilities, even if they actually don't have the skill to properly communicate their positions. Peter Thiel is one of those people, right? And that's why he had like a awesome moment with Peter Thiel where he was like, "Are you the Antichrist?" And he's like, or do you want humanity to survive? And he's like, I don't know. I think that's maybe what he thought he could get out of this potentially, because I don't think he's like a huge fan of mine or anything. So I think he thought like even if he was like charitable in the beginning, he would be able to cook. But the problem there is twofold. One, while he might consider my worldview to be radical, I don't think it actually is. It might come across as radical if you look at like some edge cases or whatever, some clips out of context, but he's not indecent enough to go that hard on.
How long will it take you to become fluent? I don't know. I think I'll be pretty fluent in 6 months. I'll be at the I'll finish. Wait, what is it? I'm trying to remember how it works. Yeah, I'll advance to intermediate level 6 months from now, and then I'll take intermediate, and then like if I wanted to do beginner, advanced, or beginner, intermediate, and advanced, that would take me a year and a half. But I think I can probably get it down before then. I don't know. We'll see. He hesitated when asked if he was an Antichrist. That he did, chat. So look.
On that kind of stuff, because that's like not the New York Times way. Because if he were to go that hard, then I think even the New York Times audience would be like, the fuck are you doing? Like at a time when Donald Trump is the president and Donald Trump is literally talking about fucking killing protesters and shit, you're focusing on some like random left-wing Twitch streamer that I've never heard of? The fuck's this? Like he would look too insincere. He thought you would spend all your time defending yourself instead of criticizing the admin's fascistic actions. That's also true. But I'm not there to talk about myself. Zora Mamdani does a very good job with this as well. I haven't followed you for a really long time. Am I missing something? How do they think you're violent? I assume you share the same confusion. Shit don't make sense. No, I know exactly where that animosity is coming from. There are clips out there, of course, over the course of tens of thousands of hours that people could point to from many years ago, or even recently, like when I talked about how Democrats need to be cutthroat in debates. They need to shank their opponents. Like, I'm being hyperbolic, but Republicans would clip that to be like, he wants people to kill people. Like, he wants Nancy Pelosi to take a knife out and, like, unironically stab, Mike Johnson or some shit.
Or even worse, when he said that if the Republicans really opposed Medicare fraud, they would unalive Rick Scott, right? Reinterpreting that as Hasan wants his own side to unalive Rick Scott doesn't make much sense. The point he was making is if you think that like a person, taking, receiving Medicare when they're not eligible, which, hardly even exists. If you think that's bad, wait till you see what Rick Scott is doing. If you think that's bad, then what Rick Scott is doing is really fucking awful because he's on the receiving side of that, right? He's like, he's a receiving side of that corruption, rather than just receiving medical care. Like, his company's getting a payday out of that, right? And so you should be really adamant about that. So he said it in the sense of like, this is, that the Republicans would want to kill Rick Scott in that case. Obviously, he doesn't think he holds sway with the Republican Party and can tell them who to execute. But that was reinterpreted, decontextualized, and recontextualized as a call to violence. Anyway, chat, I've got to get going to I don't want to be late to this. So somebody just called me. I think it might have been from the class. And so I'm going to go ahead and read out my Patreons. I appreciate the fuck out of you for supporting me on Patreon. All of you who support me on Patreon. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you even get your name read out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Those shout outs. Let's do those now. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Darful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moinoip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gavi. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K. To Omega Star and Crystal Zafira and Zara Xerix, my fancy weasels. With that, chat, I will be raiding you into somebody. Lesbian Hot Sauce was in the chat earlier. So, yeah. I think we've raided Lesbian Hot Sauce once. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've raided Lesbian Hot Sauce once before. So we're gonna raid out into them, and you're gonna spend some time. What's going on in that stream right now? Let's see if I can tell you. Oh, covering protests in Morocco. There's actually a lot of protests. There's stuff going on in France. The United States has issued apparently a travel warning for France. I'm guessing those things are related. But yeah, this is cool streamer, and you're probably gonna learn something. Yeah, and we rated in there. So yeah, I'm gonna see you all tomorrow. Thank you, mods, for taking care of us, for keeping us safe. Thank you, chat, for being here and contributing.
We have no comment chick raiding. Thank you
Yes,
so
we
much
do.
to everyone as well who, woohoo, the raid message should come in a second. Oh my gosh, my internet's just gonna cry, I think.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So go over there and give Lesbian Hot Sauce on Twitch some love if you haven't already. Great follow, highly suggested. And thank you to Thumb Gang for getting my video out there for more people. Even if you haven't liked it yet, you can still like it. It'll still maybe spur the algorithm to show my video to a few more people. Who knows? You might bring in a new person that really likes the stream. So that's praxis as well. And thank you to everybody supporting me on Blue Sky. It helps me get the word out there as well. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta get to Thai class. Much love, everybody. I have had fun. I will see you once again